Good evening, everyone. We're going to continue our public meeting. So our first order of business is under continuances. This is before I go to the, just so everybody remembers, if you plan on speaking on behalf of a petition, please register at the podium before addressing the board. And if everybody could check your cell phones and any other electronics, make sure we don't have any interruptions. And I'd also appreciate that the public, please, no comments during any of these proceedings. Thank you. First matter before us is under continuances. This is ZB 2013-33, petitions a special permit. The applicant is Kazanjian Enterprise. Property is located at 150 Wood Street. Petition is to renovate an existing home and construct 2 new buildings, one of which shall contain a drive-through for the proposed banking establishment. Pursuant to Article 12.4G, Section 2 of the zoning ordinance. Good evening, Mr. Kazanjian.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Alan Kazanjian from Kazanjian Enterprise. I'm willing to talk about the petition tonight, but according to Adam Clausen and Joe Genowitz, we have to continue it. We have to get planning board approval before ZBA approval, so.
Okay. Yeah, I had actually asked about that this afternoon, but
Okay.
are these, just for the record, are these revised?
Those are the revised plans, correct.
Okay. And so do we want to base the continuance on, so Joe, I guess to you, are we going to, will this board wait till Mr. Kazanjian gets both planning board and conservation sign off before he comes before us?
The next zoning board meeting would be following another planning board and conservation commission meeting where Mr. Kazanjian could presumably obtain an approval at those meetings. So if the board wanted to continue to the next meeting, that could provide enough time.
Okay, and if both boards still are entertaining his petition, then
Correct. Yeah.
at that time, I guess you could probably ask for a continue. We can ask for a continue at that point, right? Yep.
Yeah, in the event the decision wasn't rendered yet, you could
Okay.
seek another continuance. Yep.
And the date for the next meeting is January
27th.
27th. Okay, could I have a motion to continue, please?
Before we make a motion, is that date okay with you, Mr.
Was
Kazanjian?
that the 27th?
Yeah.
That's fine.
January. Through you, Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to continue ZBA 2013-33 for a special permit at 150 Wood Street to our January 27th, 2014 meeting.
Have a second?
Second motion.
Roll call.
Mr. Bailey.
Continue to January 27th.
Ms. Carino.
Continue to January 27th.
Mr. McCarthy.
Continue to January 27th.
Mr. Peck.
Continue to January 27th.
Mr. Perrin.
Continue to January 27th.
Okay, Mr. Kazanjian, we'll see you on January 27th.
Thank you very much.
Yep, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, our next matter before us is ZB 2013-42. The petition's a special permit. The applicant is 22 Old Canal LLC. The property is located at 22 Old Canal Drive. The petition to allow a medical professional office use with some counseling services on site. The property is currently vacant and lies in the light industrial zoning district pursuant to Article 12, Table of Uses of the zoning ordinance. The board has received a communication from Broderick Law Firm. I'll read it into the record. Dear Chairman Bailey, this office represents South Bay Mental Health, petitioner for special permit under case number ZB 2013-42. Request is hereby made to continue the public hearing scheduled for Monday, December 9, 2013 until your meeting on January 27, 2014 due to a scheduling conflict. Okay, could I have a motion to continue, please?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, the matter before us, ZBA 2013-42 at 22 Old Canal Drive for a special permit. I make a motion to continue to our next meeting on January 27, 2014.
Second?
I'll second that.
Roll call?
Mr. Bailey.
Continue to January 27th.
Ms. Carino.
Continue to January 27th.
Mr. McCarthy.
Continue to January 27th.
Mr. Peck,
Continue to January 27th.
Mr. Perrin,
Continue to January 27, 2014.
Okay, next order of business is under new business. This is ZB 2013-44. Petitions a variance. The applicant is BMH University LLC. Property located at 124 University Avenue. Petition is to allow a proposed restaurant without meeting parking requirements pursuant to Section 6.1.4 of the zoning ordinance. The board has received communication from Flood Law Office. Dear Mr. Bailey, I'm writing to request the above matter scheduled for hearing on January 13th to be continued to your next scheduled meeting on January 27th, 2014. Could I have a motion, please?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, the matter before us, ZBA 2013-44 at 124 University Avenue for a variance. I make a motion to continue to January 27, 2014.
Do I have a second?
Second the motion.
I have a roll call.
Mr. Bailey,
Continue to the January 27th.
Ms. Carino,
Continue to January 27th.
Mr. McCarthy,
Continue to January 27th.
Mr. Peck,
Continue to January 27th.
Mr. Perrin,
Continue to January 27th.
Okay, next petition we'll entertain is ZB 2013-48. This petition is a variance. The applicant is M. Carolyn Cox. Property is located at 76 Chatham Street. Petitions to maintain an existing two-family home without required land area per dwelling unit pursuant to Section 5.1 of the zoning ordinance. We received communication from the Flood Law Office regarding 76 Chatham Street. Dear Mr. Bailey, I'm writing to request the above matter scheduled for hearing on January 13th, 2014 be continued to your next scheduled meeting on January 27th, 2014. Do I have a motion, please?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, the matter before us, ZB's 2013-48 at 76 Chatham Street. Motion for a variance. Make a motion to continue to January 27, 2014.
Have a second?
Second motion.
Have a roll call?
Mr. Bailey,
Continue to January 27th.
Ms. Carino,
Continue to January 27th.
Mr. McCarthy,
Continue to January 27th.
Mr. Peck,
Continue to January 27th.
Mr. Perrin,
Continue to January 27th.
Okay, next matter before us is ZB 2013-46. Petitions a special permit for signs. The applicant is Advanced Signing LLC. Property located at 10 Technology Drive. I'm taking this out of order. Let me start again. We're going to entertain ZB 2013-45. The petition's a special permit for signs. The applicant is Advanced Signing LLC. Property located at 10 Technology Drive. And the petition is to install illuminated signage, freestanding, for a business pursuant to Section 6.3 of the zoning ordinance. Good evening, ma'am. How are you? to
Good
see you.
evening.
Yep.
For the record, I'm Hazelwood Hopkins at 2 Phoebe Way, Worcester, Massachusetts, representing the property owner at, did we call 10 first, sir? 10 Technology? At 10 Technology Drive, Nordblum Company, and the sign maker, Advanced Signing. And we're before you tonight to request internal illumination for a new ground sign to replace an existing ground sign in this technology pack. I did submit a drawing of the sign rendering and a location plan. I would like to tell you that the sign is made of aluminum, and only the graphics will illuminate. None of the background material will illuminate at all. The address will illuminate. The tenant panel graphics will illuminate. So if IBM happens to be in there, IBM would illuminate. But none of the background material illuminates. So it's very soft and gentle. It is also LED. I know this board likes to ask how the signs are illuminated, and it will be illuminated by LED. So we are requesting a special permit for that purpose to illuminate a conforming freestanding sign that will act as a directory for the businesses within the building at 10 Technology Drive.
Okay. Thank you. Anything else you'd like to add at this point? Okay.
Nothing else.
I'm going to open it up to the public. Anyone here that'd like to speak in favor of this petition? In favor, hearing none, that portion of public hearing is closed. Anyone like to speak in opposition? Opposition, opposition. Hearing none, that portion of public hearing is closed. I'd like to open it up to the board. Van?
No comments, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Melissa?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I also have no comments. I just really like the renderings on both applications. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Dennis?
I think the graphics here are a huge improvement with the new signs, and I think that it's about time we got these here. One question, the amount of illumination that you have on the existing sign, you're actually reducing it with the new sign as far as the font or text size that you have. Is that accurate?
Well, the text is smaller than the existing sign, yes.
Right, right. I think that the sign looks terrific. I hope it's successful, and I think that you made a nice gesture to actually make the illumination piece reduced in scale, so I support this. Nice job. Thank you.
I'll convey that to the property owner. They're trying to make the property there, a little better looking.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dennis. Gary?
I have no comments, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Well, I took a ride by the property, and based on the presentation this evening and the signage that's proposed, I agree with my board members. It should be a great improvement, and if there's nothing else, I'd like to have a motion, please.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, the matter before is ZBA 2013-45 for a special permit in Technology Drive. I make a motion to approve.
Have a second?
I'll second that.
Roll call.
Mr. Bailey?
Approved.
Ms. Carino?
Approve.
Mr. McCarthy?
Approve.
Mr. Peck?
Approve.
Mr. Perrin?
Approved.
Okay. Been approved for 10 Technology Drive. Next petition is ZB 2013-46. The petition is a special permit for signs. The applicant is Advanced Signing LLC. The property is located at 55 Technology Drive. Petition to install illuminated signage freestanding for a business pursuant to Section 6.3 of the zoning ordinance. I'd like to tell us about this one, please.
Again, for the record, my name is Hazelwood Hopkins. I'm a sign permit consultant at 2 Phoebe Way, Worcester, Mass. And this sign is identical to the sign we just discussed. They're made exactly the same. They're the same size, and they're going to serve the same purpose. Nordblum owns both of these properties. They're attempting to improve the appearance of the property and remove an existing tenant directory and replace it with this new one. Again, it's all aluminum. It will only illuminate through the graphics, and I think, as the board suggested, it would be an improvement to what is there now.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to open up to the public. Anyone here would like to speak in favor of this petition? In favor? In favor? Hearing none. That portion of public hearing is closed. Anyone like to speak in opposition? 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 Hearing none. That portion of the public hearing is closed. I'd like to open it up to the board. Van?
No comments, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Melissa?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just actually realized, I don't know if we already have set hours that signs could be lit for that property, and if not, what were you anticipating for hours lit?
The sign will probably only be lit until 7 o'clock at night. It will not be lit overnight. Neither one of them would be lit overnight,
Okay.
just until the business is closed and people have gone home.
Great, thank you. No other comments.
Dennis?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, the graphics, again, are a huge improvement, and again, the font size is a nice reduction than what currently exists. You have a different name on the sign, Boston Scientific versus Bard. Is there a change in?
A different tenant.
So okay, so they have moved out. And then you only have 4 names on this current sign versus the 6 that were previously. So is
Due to
there?
the size of the building and the tenant spaces in that building.
Okay, well, I hope you all the success. This is a great improvement. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Gary?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I just want to thank the petitioner on both these petitioners always coming to the board well prepared with everything we're looking at and moving forward. That LED lighting is always something we look for, so I wish you
Thank
the
you
best of
very
luck.
much.
Well, I echo with Gary, you know, I think you've been here enough time about signs, you know. We like to beat up people about signs. but-
I know you do, so I'm
Yeah, I
always
know.
careful.
Oh, thanks, thanks. No, seriously, I agree with Gary, you always come in well-prepared, minimal comments, and with that, I also approve, did
Thank
go
you
by
very
the
much.
site. And could I have a motion, please?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, a matter before ZB 2013-46 for a special permit at 55 Technology Drive. I make a motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second motion?
Do I have a roll call?
Mr. Bailey?
Approved.
Ms. Carino?
Approve.
Mr. McCarthy?
Approve?
Mr. Peck?
Approve.
Mr. Perrin?
Approve.
Okay, been approved for both. Wish you the best of luck. Thank you very much.
Happy New Year.
Yep, same to you. Okay, our next matter before us is ZB 2013-47. The petition's a special permit for signs. The applicant is Abdul Shams. Property is located at 581 Bridge Street. The petition is to install illuminated signage wall for a electronics business pursuant to Section 6.3 of the zoning ordinance. Good evening, sir. How are you?
Great. My name is Abdul Shams. I'm applying for the permit,
Yep.
and I have revised the design according to the recommendations, and I have copies here.
Okay, if you want to bring them up, sir. Sure. Thank you. So if you can just walk through with the board what your proposal is, sir.
Okay, I'm trying to promote the concept of recycling and reusing, and the whole globe is showing that we can save the planet by doing better by reusing and recycling. And the sign is LED, and it's illuminated till 8 p.m.
And so tonight you did submit a revision
Yes.
to the previous plans, and you also mentioned, I know we received some feedback from the city, and I believe what I heard from you was you ended up changing your signage
I did.
with their recommendation.
Yes.
So you're going to have the signage on both facing Bridge Street and also the one on the side of the building? Or
Yes.
okay, and they both will be
The same.
same? Are they going to be the same size?
The same size.
Okay, all right. Anything else you'd like to add?
No.
Okay. I'm going to open it up to the board, to the public. Anyone here that'd like to speak in favor of this petition? In favor? In favor? Hearing none, that portion of public hearing is closed. Anyone like to speak in opposition? 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 Hearing none, that portion of public hearing is closed. I'd like to open it up to the board. Van?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the applicant. I think this is a good sign design. I just had a question about the business. Is it more like a electronic kind of store, or is it, like you said, something different than that?
Pretty much we buy and sell used electronics, and again, we want to promote the reusing and recycling part.
Okay. All right, that's the only question I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Van. Melissa?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good evening. I like the idea of your business. I'm very much a proponent around climate change, so I'm supportive of this. I like that you're using LED, and I'm a little stuck on the yellow of the sign a little bit. I know it grabs attention, so I'm just trying to process through that. But one thing I really liked that was on your original sign was how you said reuse and recycle. What do you think of I think one of the city's comments was actually putting some of those terms on the windows below the sign?
Actually, we are doing that with putting the reuse, recycle, and creating job in America, which was originally on the sign.
Wonderful, great. Other than that, I would support this. I would love to hear if anyone else has any things about the colors. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. Dennis?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I'm really excited about your business, and I think it's a great opportunity for the city to have your company here. The sign itself, I'm glad you worked with the planning department and revised it according to their thoughts and ideas. Is it going to work graphically for the green? How does the green read at night? Is it going to be a bright tone? I'm not sure. what
No,
the-
actually, it's gonna be like what I have
Like your shirt,
right now.
okay.
It's pretty mild and
Yep. Great, and I'm glad you're using LED. I think that it's going to be a great addition to that location, so I'm in favor of it. Thank you very much.
thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Gary?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I echo the comments. I appreciate you working with the DPD and as many recycle programs we can have helping the city in conjunction with our programs is always welcome, so I wish you the best.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Joe, do you have any comments regarding the changes that were proposed? Anything else that you have any questions with?
There are no further comments from DPD at this point. If the board saw anything that they wish to still see modified, we'd be more than happy to continue to work with the applicant on revising the sign and bring it back to the board for additional comment at a later
Okay,
date.
thank you. Well, I think based on the board members' comments, I didn't hear any comments that they were in opposition. I'll again echo what Gary said. It's good to see you worked with the city and made the changes. I see you're a walking billboard for your company also, so that's good to see. So I don't think I heard any. What about how late will the signs be on? What's
8
the,
p.m. 8 p.m.
8 p.m.
Yes.
Okay. And what time are they going to come on?
When the weather gets dark,
Yep.
around 4 or 5.
Okay, so my friend just pointed out to me it's 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Are you open 7 days a week?
Yes.
Yep. Okay. All right. Do you want to condition the hours? We'll just put a condition for the hours of illumination. Okay.
Sure.
Could I have a motion, please?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, the matter before is ZB 2013-47 for special permit signs at 581 Bridge Street. I make a motion to approve with the following condition. The sign's hours of illumination are allowed 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. 7 days per week.
Okay, could I have a second?
Second motion?
A roll call?
Mr. Bailey?
Approve with conditions.
Ms. Carino?
Approve with conditions.
Mr. McCarthy?
Approve with conditions.
Mr. Peck?
Approve with conditions.
Mr. Perrin?
Approve with conditions.
Okay, sir, you've been approved. We at the board here wish you the best of luck with your new business.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, our next matter before this board will be a public hearing. This is ZB 2013-12. The petition is a special permit. The applicant is Habit Opco. The property is located at 22 Old Canal Drive. The petition, per the order of the Land Court, the ZBA will hold a public hearing for special permit for a narcotic detoxification and maintenance facility to be located on an existing building located at the above listed address pursuant to section 7.7 of the zoning ordinance. Evening, Mr. Leides. Just for, I guess, to get things started, if you want to just either open up briefly, I'm going to ask the city law department to also do an open presentation. So I'll let you start, or I can,
Shall we let them go first, or me?
no,
Christine, what's your preference? Why don't you start?
okay. So, Madam Solicitor?
Thank you.
Yep.
Well, to start off, this was a matter that has been before this board in the past, and in fact, there may be people in attendance this evening that have previously spoken on the matter. The board did make a decision. It had denied the special permit request, and following that decision, there was an appeal and in litigation. As a result of the litigation, the board has had an opportunity to meet close to probably a dozen times on this issue in executive session, and during the course of that process has been also able to meet with the plaintiff/petitioner. As a result of those meetings, concerns that this board has had have been, they have received from the petitioner offers of conditions, which the petitioner hopes might satisfy ultimately some of these concerns. There has also been a presentation of additional information, which I believe has not been presented in the past publicly. As a result, both the parties as well as the court have agreed to remand the matter back for a full, open, public hearing in which members of the public may again speak and express their concerns or express their support, raise questions to the board, and the board, in turn, may present questions to the petitioner, and the petitioner ultimately is still, has to satisfy the burden of presenting the information to the board in its efforts to obtain a special permit. And so that is the point in which we are at presently.
Thank you. So, Mr. Leides, if you just want to open up, please.
Sure. Thank you. George Halides Jr., 133 Market Street, Lowell, and I'm here this evening on behalf of Habit Upgo. First of all, Happy New Year. It's the first meeting of the year, and it's always nice to see those faces again. We're here this evening. I'm here because, as you know, the last time this matter was brought before you, I was the person who brought the matter before you and supplied you with some materials. I think I can see from the stacks on your desk that you got the additional packet, 2 packets. One was previously sent to you, and then this evening we submitted an additional, supplemental package that contains the usual proposed findings that the board requests that are given to them, the updated police report, which we requested, the updated licenses, because between the last exhibit, the last hearing, and the current one, we changed to a new year. A letter from the Department of Public Health dated dated January 7th of this year, a zoning map, and a copy of an article from the New York Times, which I'll allude to later on. So those should all be in the packet that you have there. For the convenience of the board, what I basically did was that package, the big package, which I submitted to you and to Joseph to have him place it on the city website, was a copy of everything that I presented prior or for the last hearing, so that everyone could refresh their memory. I even made a reference to how you could get to the video, either online, or we could make it available or make the transcript available. So needless to say, I think everybody's up to date. I could, Mr. Chairman, go through items 1 to 40 in my book. I could do a long version, a short version, or no version in a sense. I'm going to propose that for the sake of time and effort and whatever, that maybe I skip over that for now. And if at another point you all have an index to that, whatever was placed online has an index to it, so everybody should know exactly the document that I'm talking about. In some cases, I will speak about one or more of those specific documents, either the one in your booklet or the ones that I handed out again tonight new. So I'll just kind of give you a little update. As you obviously know, and as Christine has pointed out, I should say City Solicitor O'Connor has pointed out, this matter was sent back for some further proceedings by the land court. I've given you all those numbered items. I was going to highlight them as I said, but I'm going to skip over that, save everybody a lot of time, and go right to, shall we say, the new material. One of the newer materials that was not at the last hearing that I should also make a reference to is the letter in response to, the police. I did mention the additional report by the police department. There's an affidavit that was submitted by Dr. Passanen. I think that's item number 36, which was not at the last hearing. There's a letter, item number 37, which was from the Department of Public Health to City Manager Lynch, indicating that they were concerned about a dire situation and a public health problem. Item 38 is a new report since our last hearing, issued, done by the University of Massachusetts Lowell for Lowell General Hospital and the Greater Lowell Health Alliance. That report, by the way, I just want to mention that, indicates that the number 2 health problem in the city of Lowell is substance abuse. And finally, number 39, for the record, was a copy of the new sign that we put up on site, a picture of the new sign that we put up on site, indicating that the meeting would be held tonight. I'm also joined this evening, I should tell you that, by Attorney Klebanoff, who is here. He's counsel for the company with reference to the land court and other proceedings. Dr. Passanen, you met before, Mr. Magarachi, who is the chief honcho, I'll call him, of the operation, and Mr. Myers, who's the day-to-day operator of the operation. And they'll be available to the board for any questions that they may have along the way. So, as I mentioned, these parties, both the city solicitor's office and these folks from Mr. Klebanoff's office, have been working diligently to try to find a balance in this situation and to make sure that there's no adverse crisis in this city, and at the same time, no problems, and to have as little significant adverse impact on the citizens as possible. Their efforts, as I understand it, were focused primarily on the 3 major concerns of the board that were stated at the last hearing, and I'm going to those are the 3 things that I'm going to touch upon so that you can find out how they attempted to deal with those items. Item number 1 was transportation, how people were going to get to and from the clinic. And there are a couple of things that I want to call to your attention. First of all, because the patients of Habit OpCo are in the main disabled people for state and federal law purposes, the Department of Public Health specifically provides transportation to any disabled person to and from the location. Our records indicate, and of course there's a constant change in the patient care numbers and people, but somewhere between 93 and 97% of the people who come to the facility have free, paid-for transportation provided to them. And that's vehicle transportation, either in the form of vans or various type of pickup and drop-off vehicles. That's a very important element. I have material here which I didn't get a chance to give to you, but I will submit to you that actually sets out the Massachusetts general laws that provide for that particular service for the disabled people. And we feel confident that most of our people do drive themselves, but even if they don't, they're going to be afforded a ride so that they're not without transportation. However, as a result of further looking into all of this and to find a way to improve the transportation in the area and assure even greater safety for the users, we began to look at other possible uses in the process. So my client initiated discussions with the Greater Lowell Regional Transit Authority, which is our bus service here in the Greater Lowell area, asking them of the possibility of extending a bus up Stedman Street from Westford Street to the end of, 500 feet beyond Old Canal Drive. Now, let me make this perfectly clear so that everyone understands. The LRTA cannot and does not initiate, terminate, or modify its routes based on requests from citizens, the business community, or the general public. You and I can't just walk in and say, hey, I'd like to have a bus up to my street or your street or whatever. There's a process that it goes through. However, it understands what an important role they play in the community, and that how important providing transportation services where needed for the convenience of the public and the business and social needs of the community are important. That's why, for example, and I don't know how many of you are aware of this, there's bus service from Lowell to the Pheasant Lane Mall in Nashua. Now, why would you have bus service from Lowell to the Pheasant Lane Mall in Nashua? Simply because there are a lot of positives. Number one, that the operations up there provide jobs for Lowellians and greater Lowellians, and the bus transportation gets them there. And equally as important, if not more important, that operation provides bus service for people who can't otherwise get to the stores. As you know, we don't have a lot of retail general stores in Lowell, and so the elderly, the people without motor vehicles, et cetera, have that kind of bus service. In our case here, if we can get bus service to go up Stedman Street, it would provide multiple pluses for the area, for the city of Lowell, for the town of Chelmsford, and the residents and businesses and employees of the Stedman Street area. Obviously, there'd be a need for fewer cars to travel, employees traveling to work there, people going to see their doctors or whatever they might be going to see there. And it will cut down the number of transportation trips by vehicle and would be a big plus for everyone. Now, we've agreed on our part, and I will give you a more particulars of the condition that we're willing to go with there. We've already, as I indicated, made a request. There's already been some preliminary examinations of doing that by the LRTA. I can say it's looking good, but we can't be certain. And what's really required at this point now is for the city of Lowell to make that request. So we hope that that is something that can be accomplished as part of this. And we believe that there's a good cause for this to take place, for everybody's sake. So those are some of the transportation items that we're still working on now, and we think they're important, and we think that we can help to solve any walking or safety problems there. Security has also been addressed in the legal proceedings. And I understand the board's concerns about that, and that's one of the reasons why I requested an updated report from the police department. And as you can see, there is essentially next to nothing by way of anything that's connected, any negative crime report connected to the Habit OpCo operation on Hall Street, all over again. As a matter of fact, somebody gave me a statistic that I thought was kind of mind-boggling. That report covers 579 days, and in that period of time, with the patients and the employees, there were 297,000 people visits to the Hall Street facility at that time, with 5 supposed crimes: an assault, a larceny, a theft, and a vandalism, none of which are directly attributable to Habit Opco, but they just took place in that area. So that leaves a crime rate of 0.0000168 per visit, or 0.0086 per day. I mean, I think that's a pretty significant number if you're talking about what's going on security-wise with our company operation. However, that said, we understood the board's concern, and for that reason, we've agreed to the following additional conditions to our occupancy. Number 1, patients shall not be allowed to wait in line outside the facility. You'll recall that was on an earlier one, but I just want to repeat it. Number 2, the applicant shall submit an affidavit indicating that at least 90% of its patients are enrolled with Mass Health. We think it's going to be higher than that, but I'm going to say 90% if we need to meet a 93% threshold. That's something to look at. Are enrolled in Mass Health and eligible for subsidized transportation program for the one that I described to the board, and will further report within 30 to 60 days after opening, we will report and identify to you how the patrons are arriving at the facility and whether they're coming by bus, their own car, et cetera. We will make sure that we provide the board and the city with that information. Thirdly, the applicant will not change the level of security that we currently have at the Lowell facility, and I think we described that to you before and told you. And that no change will be made for at least a year if there's any change there, and no change can be made without the prior approval of this board. We would come back to you if there was any change in the level. Number 4, within 30 days of the date of the issuance of any permit, if you see fit to do so, the applicant will submit to the board a copy of a written request to the Lowell Regional Transportation Authority to establish an LRTA bus stop within 500 feet of the facility. Alternatively, the applicant will furnish the board within 30 days of the date of the issuance of the permit written documentation, hopefully the latter that I'm talking about now, from the LRTA signifying LRTA's assent to establish an LRTA bus stop within 500 feet of the facility. And of course, I will reiterate what I said a couple of minutes ago, which is we would need the city to give us a hand in terms of any such request. And the city solicitors indicated to me, I know the request was made, that that's already been done. So let's understand that that's on its way. So we're willing to comply with all those conditions as far as any of those particular items go. So transportation, safety and security, now the final element that's been addressed since the last public hearing, that are the effects that might result from a failure to be able to provide adequate public health protection, medication, counseling, etc., to those in our community who desperately need it. So, is this really a problem? Because some people have asked, is there really a health situation here? Is there really a problem? So why do we need to deal with this situation? Why do we need to deal with these users that are now trying to get themselves help? Well, we all know the horrors of substance abuse. We know the effect for thousands in our community, either directly or indirectly. And I say indirectly because it isn't just with the people who are beset with the problems. It's their families and their friends and everybody else. More than 2 years ago, and this is in your packet and was previously, more than 2 years ago, Frank Singleton, our Director of Public Health, put out a cry for awareness. and help in the Lowell Sun, pointing out the incredible dangers and mounting deaths. That's in your packet again that we delivered. Dr. Passanen warned the community and this board at the previous hearing and can elaborate further on this evening. He's here, should you desire. Since the last meeting, the Massachusetts Department of Public Health sent a letter to City Manager Lynch, August 26, 2013, stating in part, quote, it is imperative that Habit OPCO Lowell patients remain in uninterrupted treatment to prevent a return to illicit opiate use that would put them at risk for fatal and non-fatal overdose and put the larger community at risk for contracting and transmitting HIV and hepatitis C infections. This department has attempted to work with the City of Lowell, but as of this date, no resolution has been identified to avert the public health crisis. Those are their words. Department of Public Health, it's in your packet. And it goes on to urge that, quote, the city find a resolution that balances the imminent needs of those patients with the concerns raised by the City of Lowell as it pertains to the proposed site at 22 Old Canal Way. That's in your packet. Then again, in September of 2013, I mentioned this to you before, but another study and review was done by the University of Massachusetts Lowell, conducted for Lowell General Hospital and Greater Lowell Health Alliance, which listed, as I said, the #2 health problem in the city of Lowell is substance abuse, and that Lowell has the highest rate, listen to this, Lowell has the highest rate of hospital admissions in the state per capita for substance abuse, and an ever-growing number of ambulance calls for substance abuse emergencies. That is in your packet as well. And less than a week ago, the Massachusetts Department of Public Health issued another letter, and I understand copies were sent to the board directly. The letter was sent to City Manager Lynch with copies to the board, repeating its unanswered call for the resolution of the matter to avert a public health crisis, and expressing the concern, extreme concern is what they said, that the well-being of Habit OPCO patients is at risk due to the city's inaction, and urging the city to find a resolution. How serious is the problem of substance abuse in this country? Last week, I don't know if you saw it, Governor Shumlin of our neighboring New England state of Vermont devoted his entire State of the State message to substance abuse. His entire State of the State. And I'm going to quote from that. He said, "The time has come for us to stop quietly averting our eyes from the growing heroin addiction in our front yard while we fear and fight treatment facilities in our backyards." That New York Times story is in your packets as well. We're not talking about criminals. We're talking about mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers, wives, sadly young children as well, all in need of these services. Finally, one other aspect of the client's application has been alluded to in previous hearings, but I'm going to bring this up again, and that is the doctrine of reasonable accommodation. As recognized in 7.7 of the zoning ordinance, under federal law, the Americans with Disabilities Act, and also the Rehabilitation Act, this board has certain additional responsibilities when dealing with requests for zoning relief from applicants that provide services to disabled individuals, such as those suffering from opiate dependency. In this case, the applicants asked the board that in the event it does not find, for whatever reason, that it can grant the requested special permit under the standards set forth in the zoning ordinance, that it provide a reasonable accommodation in the form of a special permit in order to permit applicants' patients an equal opportunity to make use of applicants' services. Under federal law, such an accommodation should be granted if the request does not impose an undue hardship or substantial burden on the city, or provide a significant risk and verifiable damages, not simply concerns grounded in unsupported fears and stereotypes. We ask the board to also include a finding that the facility will pose no hardship or burden on the city in balance to the need for those services, and note specifically that the ordinance permits this use in that zone with a special permit. We ask the board that further find, based on the materials provided and the conditions agreed to, all the other conditions, I don't know if I mentioned that, I probably skipped over that. Every other condition that was in the initial vote, motion and vote by this board we are agreeable with. Therefore, we're asking the board to issue the special permit either way, either as a special permit under 7.7 or as an accommodation under the Americans with Disabilities Act, USC 12-101. I'm asking that. I'm here. I won't put on any other testimony at this point, Mr. Chairman. I know there's a lot of people who want to be heard. Hopefully they'll stick to the new material tonight, because I know you're all aware of the prior complaints, and we'll be glad to answer any questions the board has at any time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before I go any further, I just want to make a public statement regarding this board and what happened at our last vote. As you know, we had, I believe it was 3 different meetings, and I just want everybody in this room to understand, each of the members of this board, which 2 have resigned since our last time we met on this, we spent hours and hours in executive sessions. I know the city solicitor hit on this. I just want everybody to understand that, we take this vote very seriously. We've had to entertain many matters before us. We had 2 different lawsuits. There were many things that this board had to go through. And I just want to make sure everybody understands this doesn't come across our desk every day. This has been a very difficult avenue for us to go down. And if I look at, this thing started back in, we took the vote in June, and here we are in January. And I know the solicitor mentioned we met at least 10 to 12 times reviewing each item. I know we even had the petitioner come in with counsel, and we discussed where we were at. So before, I just wanted to air that out and let you know that this board is here to act fair and reasonably with each person.
I'm glad you said that. I hope there isn't anything I said tonight that you believe says that I think any one of you took this any less serious than it is, because that isn't what I was saying. That isn't what I intend, and I have the highest regard for this board. So, and I am probably better aware than anyone else here, except my clients, of how much time and effort the solicitor's office, has put into this, Mr. Chairman.
Madam Solicitor.
I might have missed this, but it was my understanding that a couple of the items that the petitioner had offered for the board's ultimate consideration was some traffic mitigation, so that in the event that the facility generated a significant amount of traffic and it began to affect other intersections in the area. It was my understanding that there was a proposal for the board's consideration regarding that, and perhaps the petitioner could speak to that. And it was also my understanding that the petitioner had offered for the board's consideration a way of monetarily addressing any sort of improvements that may have to take place in terms of infrastructure, either in the immediate area or elsewhere, because of the siting of the facility. And perhaps they could address both of those items briefly.
The
very
solicitor's office is correct. It wasn't in some of the material that was given to me, but I am aware of the fact that that was part of what was discussed and agreed that we would do, and we will do those 2 items as well. I'm glad she called those to my attention.
Okay. Is there any, do you want to expound on that, or what?
Well, in other words, we want to make sure there isn't a traffic problem, so we will, I think, I know I have seen, and I think Mr. Klebanoff has the actual language that the city solicitor and he worked on, so we will submit that to you before the evening is over. That's the fact that we will be constantly reporting back, regularly reporting back to the board what the status of the transportation on the site is, the number of cars, who's going there, et cetera, et cetera. And the other one I forgot again, Chris, I'm sorry, what was
There was that there would also be sort of a monetary reparation in the event that any infrastructure improvements need to be made, that there would at least be some reimbursement for some extent of whatever those contributions are. And I guess, just so that people present have a better sense, if I may, as to the types of traffic mitigation that were discussed, that in the event that there is, again, traffic issues as the result of this sighting, should the board grant a special permit, what was being offered for the board's consideration was a commitment to mitigate whatever those traffic considerations are, whether it be via a traffic detail or an expansion of the parking lot, which again be an infrastructure improvement, but that the bottom line would be that any sort of adverse traffic impact would be, there'd be a commitment as through a condition of the special permit to be addressed to the board's satisfaction.
Excuse me, Christine. Mr. Klebanoff just gave me the actual words, so let me read that right out of the. In the event of a chronic and demonstrable interference with traffic on Stedman Street caused or substantially contributed to by the facility, Habit will take steps necessary, including but not limited to adjusting patient schedules, expansion or improvement of the parking lot, rearrangement of internal site circulation, or a traffic detail to remedy the problem. So we would agree to that particular, and that's a pretty, I think, encompassing, if I may say so, authority that comes back to watch over this, and this board would then have the power to review it and make what they felt would be appropriate adjustments based on what's brought before them. That's it for me.
Is there anything,
I'll answer any questions you have, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, go ahead.
Madam Solicitor, do you want to address that? Because, okay. So I thought I heard something about monetary. Is there anything about
Well,
monetary?
that's the monitor. In other words,
Sorry?
That's the monitor. In other words,
Monetary.
oh, monetary. I'm sorry. You're right. Sorry about that. In the event.
No, we offered to pay up to $20,000 if they put sidewalks in.
If they what?
If they put sidewalks instead of street.
Yeah. What apparently, and I was not privy to these discussions and these negotiations, so I want the board to understand that I didn't have all of that information, and I wasn't sure about that particular item, but apparently there was also an agreement that in the event the city at any point sees fit to put sidewalks on Stedman Street, that Habit OpCo will pay $20,000 to the cost of those sidewalks.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
And up to this point, we managed to get away without too much noise from the audience, but that's all I have to say, and hopefully that'll let them all come and have their say.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ladies. City Solicitor.
I was just going to say that with respect to any sort of monetary adjustment, it's not so much the installation of sidewalks along the entirety of Stedman Street, but just any type of area or infrastructure improvement that would be needed either for traffic or safety reasons that would be in the judgment of the board in the city, should the city have to take any action.
Yep. All right, thank you.
So it's an unusual item, But again, it was an additional thing that was offered by this applicant for the board's consideration.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, Mr. Leidy?
That's it for now, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you.
And as I said, our folks are here if we have any questions to answer. Thank you very much.
Yep, okay. Okay, with that said, we're going to open this up to the public. I'm sure there's some people that were here the last time we did this. I would respectfully ask that you consider, the timeliness of your presentations. If there's many people here to speak, I would just ask you be considerate of other people's time, but you're free to speak as long as you want, but please be respectful. Anyone here that'd like to speak in favor of this petition? In favor? In favor? Hearing none, that portion of public hearing is closed. Anyone here that'd like to speak in opposition? Yes, sir. You make sure, just a reminder, if everybody can sign in at the podium, please. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, I have signed in. My name is Douglas Hausler. I'm an attorney with offices in Chelmsford, of Lampert, Hausler, and Rodman. We represent Kennedy Place Realty Trust, which is an abutter to this particular site. And I will try to limit my comments or questions without going through what we've done in the past. The first question, several of these are procedural questions that I'm going to pose to the board and ask the board to refer it either to the city council or to the applicant as the board deems appropriate. The proposed findings that were identified as item number 40 in the materials that were supposedly submitted were not online or in the package. I'd like to know when those were actually submitted to the board. And why copies were not put in with the original submission, if the applicant would identify that for the record, because we've had no chance to review what's being asked for you to take action on tonight. Is there a reason why it was not brought in earlier? So
Okay.
it's very hard to review.
So your point is nothing was presented to the public for something submitted
For
to
the
them?
public to be able to review, they're making proposed findings for you to consider.
Yep.
And we are just asking for the opportunity to have reviewed what the applicant is asking the board to make findings of, so that we might have tailored our presentations to address those particular points. So we certainly.
Well, simply, as the board knows, as I've given out, and that traditionally all the proposed, it's in our rules that the applicant is encouraged to submit proposed findings. The findings are identical to the material that I've provided. There isn't anything in those proposed findings that aren't part of that. So what I took simply, in fact, they're almost identical to my previous submission. So what I took simply, Douglas, is the facts of the case as I see them, and as are written in the 40 pages of materials, and just asked the board to make findings appropriate to those. There's no requirement that I post them online.
So we're clear, through the chair to the applicant, that we're not suggesting there was a requirement. We were just asking why it was withheld.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
The second item I'd like to address are specific to the major concerns that Mr. Alides made reference to of the transportation issues. And one is they're suggesting to you in their presentations this evening that there are conditions that are being considered or are being suggested, but that they are not yet actual, and hence that there are no actual changes from what was before you initially. We still don't have any actual commitment to install sidewalks. We do not have actual commitments to your board and to the city and its inhabitants that there is, in fact, public transportation being made available. It's prospective at best, even if the city has already encouraged the LRTA to make changes to its routes. The fact is that as we stand this evening, no such changes have yet been made. So it's all prospective and nothing affirmative as to assure the safety issues that were initially used by this board in the rejection of the special permit request. The other issues with that are, again, on the sidewalks, there's a proposed amount that is being submitted to the board as mitigation of those costs. The question to the board and perhaps to the city solicitor would be, how were those costs, what would were the costs estimated by the city as to what would be required to install sidewalks the full length within the city of Lowell from, I would believe it would be Westford Street up through Stedman Street to this particular site, if those costs had been determined or estimated, so we could get a sense of what the contribution is being proposed by the applicant as compared to the overall cost, and hence have some assurances that there's sufficient funds available for the sidewalks to actually be installed.
So I guess I'll defer to Madam Solicitor on that question.
Sure. Well, a couple of things. One, it's my understanding, having worked on this matter, that the issue of the sidewalks came about as a concern from the board based on the premise that there would be a number of people needing to utilize sidewalks as a means of coming and going to this particular site. As we know, there are currently a number of businesses all along this corridor without the existence of sidewalks. As was, I guess, discussed previously this evening, what some of the additional information that came to light was that the numbers of individuals utilizing, or that would be utilizing, the services of this facility, anywhere from, I think the numbers that were given to us this evening, 93 to 97%, would actually qualify for reimbursement for transportation. In addition to that, the under current usage, most of their users of the facility have their own transportation. And lastly, with respect to the LRTA, as Attorney Eliades has already indicated, the process for having an additional bus route, which would really just be a supplemental measure, is already underway. And the bottom line is that the board, if it sees fit, could certainly require that as a condition. So even though, as presented this evening, there is apparently some elements of this that still need to be finalized, regardless, in order for the permit to issue, it can be listed as a requirement. So as far as installing sidewalks, I'm not aware that is something that is actually being contemplated or is necessary as the result of this particular petition. What I was referring to, and I tried to clarify that as well, is that in the event that there were other issues, whether they be public safety related or infrastructure that are needed for the facility, the petitioner has, in addition, agreed to post a sum of money that could be utilized in that fashion. Sidewalks, if they were installed on Stedman Street, there is no estimate really that I'm aware of. It would require eminent domain takings. The process would be quite long, and but again, the reason that it even became an issue was one of public safety for the anticipation of increased pedestrian traffic. And one of the things that I think came to light through the additional information provided by the plaintiff slash petitioner was that there shouldn't be any real uptick of any pedestrian traffic along this corridor.
After that answer, the question is, I guess I did not hear, was a firm estimate provided to the city for dollar amounts for eminent domain takings and installation of the sidewalks? Yes or no?
As I indicated, I'm not aware of a firm estimate.
Thank you. So the second element of that is there's also, apart from the fact that it's a complete unknown of what these total costs are, we have no idea whether the proposed mitigation being offered by the applicant is reasonable in connection with its request to accept a condition from this board for the installation of such sidewalks if this board deems necessary. It sounds like it could barely do the survey work, much less the installation of a single square foot of sidewalk, but that's for this board to determine. Another separate issue with respect to the sidewalks, while there may be accommodations within the American with Disabilities Act for the provision of transportation, it doesn't necessitate that those who are using this facility, in fact, must use public transportation. And what's not being considered is the very high likelihood that there will be people who choose not to use public transportation but do want to walk and use the sidewalks that should be there to access this location. There's nothing that mandates they have to be transported to or from the location. I ask that the board just consider that in connection with its deliberations. The second or third issue I'd like to talk about is somewhat of a procedural question, and it's not just germane to the proposed use by this particular applicant, but a process question. I'd like to confirm that the understanding of how this all came about, because based on the materials submitted by the applicant on or about May 7th of 2012, there was already an ordinance in place with respect to the location and zoning for this particular use within certain zoning districts within the city of Lowell. And that, in fact, on May 8th, the city planning department and the assistant city manager with the city manager identified to this particular applicant the procedural obstacles that it was going to have because this applicant wanted to go to this site, and this site was not appropriately zoned. So the crisis that's being presented to you this evening as a quote-unquote crisis of timing and need is something that should have been and probably was anticipated as early as May of 2012. And now, having consented to the criteria that was then in existence for a Section 7.7 review of a special permit by this board, this applicant went to the city and made a request to the planning department to initiate a change through the city council to the zoning ordinance so that the LI district could be amended by city council vote to achieve the purpose of this applicant so that they could relocate to this site. And then having gotten that vote, they are now asking and have brought not one but two lawsuits challenging the exact same ordinances, which they were fully aware of at the time that they made this request for a zoning change. And my question is, procedurally, are they looking to comply with Section 7.7 of the zoning ordinance, or are they trying to comply with Section 11.3? Which of the special permit criteria are they saying they're going to comply with? And the second question with that is, how can they in good faith appear before this board and suggest that that the city of Lowell is discriminating against it when they were fully aware of the existing bylaws at the time that they initiated this entire process, requesting the city to change zoning uses within to include the LI district, when there were other districts that allowed this type of use at that time?
You know, I'm going to remind people, please don't do that. Please. I ask for respect in this chamber. Please don't do that. Because I don't want heckling and cheering going on. Please.
The answer, simply this.
Wait a minute, hold off. Madam Solicitor, do you have any comment on...
I can answer it because I'm the one who was involved in that entire process.
Sure.
However, had Douglas done his homework, and I know he usually does it all the time, he would have discovered that it was the owner of the property who actually attempted and asked the city to change the zoning, not my clients. They had a piece of property, and they still have a piece of property that's remained unused for over 3 years, and they were told that this was a possible tenant for them. So they, in fact, retained me to go to the city council on their behalf to request this zoning change. Pretty simple, Douglas. Zoning use change. And by the way, I still want to put on the record the fact that previously there were those people who charged they were never given notice of that supposed zoning change, when council here can advise them and should have advised them and could have advised them that no such notice is required in that type of zoning change. It's a citywide newspaper notice, that's it. Somebody then made it look like in that last proceeding, and I didn't enjoy that for my own reputation, that like I pulled a fast one without giving people notice. So I just want to set the record straight on that one too.
I'm not sure, Mr. Chairman, that answers the question in full, but I will support what I just represented to you. I'm holding the email that actually Mr. Alighty submitted in his materials, which is an email from the Assistant City Manager to Thomas Macarachi, who I believe is here this evening, that states affirmatively, I have reviewed the zoning at 22 Old Canal Drive relative to the proposal you presented to us yesterday. So it was, in fact, not the property owner that was just meeting with the city. It was, in fact, this particular applicant in connection with this particular site. And that's the homework that we did do. So I respectfully suggest that what's being presented to you and putting very direct pressure on this board to make findings and rulings and to upset its prior decision, which has been annulled by some agreement made by the city with the city solicitor's advice, is being presented to you with all these criteria of crisis and discrimination. And I'm suggesting that, you know, he who's seeking to have some equity should do some equity, and here that has never happened. They have upset, this applicant in particular has changed the terms of what was presented when it went forward for this site, for the zoning for this site. There were other locations that they certainly could have examined that existed. Whether they chose to do that or not, there's nothing before you in the evidence that is in Mr. Alighty's extensive submittals that supports that every other possible location was examined before they came before the city and made a deal apparently with the city administration, which then made recommendations to the city council to adopt and change a zoning ordinance. And now they complain about the very same rules and say they're discrimination and we're affecting people with disabilities. It smacks of hypocrisy, sir, and I ask the board to consider the totality of their conduct in relation to their request for permits. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hausler. Anyone else like to speak in opposition? Yes, sir.
Good evening. From the record, my name is Matt Hansen. I'm the chairman of the Board of Selectmen in the town of Chelmsford. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I did have the opportunity to speak at the last public hearing. I would like to briefly read this same letter into the record and provide you with a copy of that letter. I know most of you already have it, but some of you may not. Would you like me to
Sure.
provide you with a copy?
Thank you. Sure, thank you.
Again, I will try and be brief. Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. The Chelmsford Board of Selectmen, we do understand that there has been some discussion regarding the traffic concerns, but we do still believe that these concerns are still relevant as of today. So the Chelmsford Board of Selectmen unanimously opposes the proposed narcotic detoxification facility at 22 Old Canal Drive and respectfully request that you deny the special permit application by Habit Opco Incorporated. We strongly oppose the location of this facility for several reasons. While the proposed methadone clinic is within a light industrial zone district in Lowell, it abuts Chelmsford Westlands neighborhood, which is a densely populated residential area. This includes single-family homes, condominiums, apartments, and senior housing. The methadone clinic is projected to serve in excess of 500 patients per day on its busiest days, and we are concerned about the projected traffic, both foot and vehicular traffic, and the negative effects it will have on our neighborhoods. It's reasonable to predict that Chelmsford roads will be forced to absorb a large amount of the vehicular traffic on its way to and from the facility, including the use of Chelmsford Stedman Street, Smith Street, and Dalton Road. All these roads are densely populated, including families with young children who walk and ride bikes on the sidewalks. Since this type of facility has a high frequency turnover of patients, a high volume in a short period of time, the traffic will be a continual flow during the hours of 6 a.m. to 2 p.m., operating times during the week and 6 a.m. through 11 a.m. on weekends. We believe that this substantial increase in vehicular traffic will create a very hazardous and dangerous situation for our residents. Regarding increased foot traffic, we're very concerned about the fact that the closest bus stop to the facility on the Lowell side is on Westford Street and Stedman Street, which is a half-mile walk to the facility. This distance, especially during inclement weather, could encourage bus riders to use the Chelmsford bus stop, which is a closer distance and is at the Smith Street and Stedman Street. Our concern is that this bus stop is at a senior housing complex, and the increase in traffic at our senior complex is of concern to us and the safety of our senior residents. Chelmsford's Community Ed Center is located 1 mile from the proposed facility. This facility is located at 170 Dalton Road, one of the roads that we believe will be used as a major access road to Stedman Street for the clinic. Our Community Ed Center is home to Chelmsford School's preschool program, Chelmsford Integrated Preschool, and our preschool serves 3-year-old to 5-year-old children. Preschool operates from 8 a.m. to 2:30 p.m., hours of operation that are very similar to the hours of operation of the proposed clinic. We're very concerned that the increase in vehicular and possibly foot traffic will create a hazardous environment for those children and families that are dropping off and picking up children during the school day. This is also a very densely populated area with both adults and children walking and riding bikes on the sidewalks there as well. And while we acknowledge that a narcotic detoxification facility provides a much-needed service to the Lowell community, greater Lowell community, we ask that you consider the negative impacts of the traffic associated with this facility that will have on Chelmsford's abutting neighborhoods. We strongly believe that the negative impact on our residents' quality of life far outweigh any benefits to having this narcotic detoxification facility being allowed to operate at this particular proposed location. And we respectfully request that you deny the special permit request for Habit Opco Incorporated and appreciate your time and attention to our concerns. Regards, Matt Hansen, Chairman of the Board of Selectmen.
Thank you, Mr. Hanson.
And I just had one question as well. I was still unclear about this as of the last presentation. I'm still a little unclear tonight. I'm not sure, I guess this is a question for the applicant, why the City of Lowell and particularly the Zoning Board of Appeals is being sued multiple times for not allowing the facility to move to this location, but they're not suing the current landlord who's forcing them out of their current location. And I'm just concerned about why the city and the town is being the one who has this burden here and why you're being sued and not their current location. I never got any understanding for that, so it's my question for the applicant, if possible, to have that answered.
Okay.
Thank you, and I did sign it.
All right, thank you.
I guess I can say I choose to not answer that at this time. I don't think it's relevant to these proceedings.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Excuse me.
Excuse me, sir. Yep. Say so.
However, in light of the issues that were raised, it may be worthwhile to ask the petitioner if they could address the traffic and the hours and when they anticipate, say, the majority of the traffic occurring. There was concerns, I think, raised that much of the traffic would be during the course of the day, in particular interfere with school traffic, and maybe that's something that the petitioner can address before we move on.
Yep. Mr. Leites, did you hear the question?
I honestly didn't. Christine, do you mind repeating that?
Hanging on my every word. What I was suggesting is that the issue that was raised suggests that or states that there is a concern on the town of Chelmsford, on behalf of the town of Chelmsford, with respect to the level of traffic. Namely, that the traffic will occur at times of the day that will interfere with, say, school pickup and other matters. And if the petitioner could perhaps address when the heavy volume of traffic would typically occur at a facility of this nature.
I think we've spoken to that before. However, the major part of the traffic is from 6 in the morning to 10 in the morning. And the single most important thing, and I know we have lots of people and lots of lawyers and whatever involved here, we were requested by this board. Actually, it was made a requirement by this board. It's the only, if you recall, I said, this is the only section of the entire City of Lowell zoning code that says that the board can require a traffic study. And guess what? We had one done by experts in the field. They provided it to you. They said there would be no significant adverse traffic impact to the city, to the city of Lowell and the town of Chelmsford. And we went a step further and provided information, drop up, pick up, all of that with the city traffic engineer, and showed how all of this traffic could be handled easily. Most significantly by the fact, you know what? We even conceded, when the city traffic engineer raised the issue, we even conceded that the traffic numbers he used would include every single person bringing a car there, every single one of our people bringing a car, and there still would not be, by traffic standards, traffic study standards, a significant adverse impact to overcome the situation there. So the fact of the matter is that we have been able to show, and if you recall, I said the proof is in the pudding. Every day at Hall Street, those same people go to Hall Street, get their medicine, get out. The whole process is taken care of. There are no problems, and there will be no problems with this. And let me also talk about what I'm going to refer to, folks, as a canard, which is the sidewalk. All these other businesses that are on Stedman Street have existed there without a sidewalk all those times. Now, you're going to tell me, is there anybody? Are they telling me that right now that nobody that works or lives or is in that area walks up and down that street? Are there pedestrians there? I don't believe so. It's not the type of place that is. But there's nowhere, when other people open their businesses, they're not required to put sidewalks in. They're not required to do that. These people want to put up the canard of, I'm sorry to say, that says that we need to put sidewalks there. But even so, we said that if there's a requirement for sidewalks, we'll put money into it. And that's what the condition is, and that's what these folks are questioning now. They want to question it, they can. If I said to them, we'll pay $1 million and put in a sidewalk, would that change their minds? I think not.
Thank you, Mr. Leddies. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Attorney Scott Consol. Actually, I'm here as a member of Calvary Chapel. Pastor Ed Conway is out of the state at the moment. He wished he could be here, but he's asked me to speak on behalf of the church in this matter. Calvary Chapel is located at 131 and 147 Stedman Street. Procedurally, Mr. Chairman, I would just ask the board to note for the record my memorandum previously filed on May 30th, 2013, as well as my supplemental letter to the board dated June 10th, 2013, along with my supporting documents, all of which I incorporate by reference. I do have an updated memo for the board, if you would like it, particularly for the new members, Mr. Chairman. Essentially, what I've done is just combine those two documents I've just referenced and added one or two additional items, if I may, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
If I may, also a procedural matter, if I may, through you to the city solicitor's office. As I understand it, obviously there's litigation both at the federal level and the state level in the land court, and I presume that the parties have reached at least an agreement to have the matter remanded back here for further discussion, which is why we're here this evening. But just to clarify, the zoning bylaw that the board is considering and that we're speaking to is still the zoning ordinance, I should say, excuse me, I want to be corrected on that. The zoning ordinance is still 774, is still in force and effect at this point in time, and there's been no final adjudication with respect to those matters in either court. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, just to address that, the land court matter was vacated. There was a decision to vacate and remand back. However, the federal claim is still pending before the federal courts.
I presume both parties reserve their rights with respect to that, but,
Yeah, actually, the case is proceeding as we speak.
okay, thank you. Appreciate the clarification. Just to speak very briefly to the issues that were just recently raised, I think it's important to note, and I think I heard counsel for the petitioner say that upon further reflection and further identification, they believe that 93 to 97% of their daily trips are actually vehicular trips. Also, when he spoke to security issues, he mentioned a letter from the police department that said over a period of 5 years, they had approximately 297,000 visits. So doing a little rough math, 5 years, approximately 300,000 visits, it's about 60,000 visits a day. Scratch that a year, I apologize. And 3 to 7% of that would be pedestrians. We're still talking 1,800 to 4,200 pedestrian trips per year. I am a little confused because at some of the prior meetings, we talked higher numbers, up to 500 visits per day, which is actually about 180,000 visits per year. But even using the numbers presented tonight, I respectfully suggest that there still will be thousands of pedestrian visits based on what the petitioner has suggested. And that is still an issue and a concern the board should consider. Additionally, if the balance are vehicular trips, we're still talking 56 to 58,000 vehicular trips per year, even with these lower numbers we discussed tonight. And again, traffic concerns as raised, and I won't belabor the point, is still an issue for the board to consider with respect to those issues. To get back to my original comments that I had made previously, and I would suggest to the chair, I'm here speaking on behalf of the entire church, of which there are hundreds of members, and I'm speaking so that they all won't get up individually and speak in the interest of time and the interest of the board. But I would request just a little time to discuss these issues. With respect to the zoning bylaw, particularly to this applicant, which is 771, 773, 774, there are various references to having detoxification facilities not be in the vicinity of children. As I mentioned previously, Calvary Chapel had purchased 147 Stedman Street. They purchased it before they knew anything about this petitioner's application, before they knew about the zoning change. And the minutes of the church meetings, as well as I think there was even a PowerPoint presentation to the church membership, indicate that the sole intent of purchasing that, or rather the main intent of purchasing that property, was to create a playground and a recreation area, and also to perform certain sacraments of the church on that property. And just for the board's edification, 147 is directly across the street from the petitioner's property. It's approximately 50 feet away. It's the width of the roadway, if you will. You'll note, any of you who have been out to the site recently, that the house has been raised, that the church has put a fence around the area, and that the church has started to use that property as a playground, not only for its own members, but it's also invited members of the abutting townhouses to be able to use that as well. So in terms of proximity to children, we're talking approximately 50 feet away, that there's a playground that will obviously see more use in the spring and summer months and fall than it does currently. And again, that's a concern that we as a church community have with respect to this, and we respectfully suggest that it should be a concern with respect to compliance with the zoning ordinance. I won't belabor the point too long, but I will restate, just for the record, that Calvary Chapel also has a parent-led homeschool co-op, which is called Stedman Academy. And I've given the board documentation with respect to this. I've given them copies of the curriculum. I've given them copies and photographs of the classrooms, and I've indicated that approximately 50% of the church's square footage is used for educational purposes. And I'm aware of the fact that Assistant City Solicitor Carrie Regan's opinion dated June 7th, where she opines that the board need not consider schools outside of the city of Lowell. And she cites a 1967 case, Lepanus versus the ZBA of Brockton, which essentially states that the zoning ordinance or bylaw of one city or town cannot be used to control a building in another adjoining city or town. And I respectfully suggest to you, we're not asking the board to do that. We're asking the board to apply the Lowell City zoning ordinance to a building located within the city of Lowell, the petitioner's building. And that ordinance states that it shall not be located within 750 feet of a school. That is the words of the zoning ordinance, and it's not discretionary. It says shall not. I mention that because our position has been and remains that Stedman Academy is a school. In the case of care protection in Charles, the court held that home-based or home-led school children programs needed to go through the same approval process with the school committee and with the superintendent as any other private school would within that community. And so we respectfully assert part of these home-based programs is to come to this parent-led co-op. For example, I might be a history teacher and homeschool my children, but I'm lousy at math. And there's another church member who homeschools, and they're actually a former math teacher, but lousy in history. We get together, we have this co-op, and these classes are taught so that they can have people who are better at it than they are, if you will, teach this curriculum to the children. So each student who is part of this co-op, in and of themselves, is an approved private school. And when they meet in congregation at Stedman Academy, located at Calvary Chapel, they are a private school under the holding of Care and Protection of Charles, as well as General Laws, Chapter 76, Section 1. So we continue to assert that position. I realize that the board has a different opinion with respect to that, but we maintain that position, and I just bring that to the board's attention. I don't want to belabor it, and the rest of it's in my memorandum. Essentially, though, I would just argue that in addition to the traffic concerns, the security issues that have been raised, that there is specific language in 774, 723, and 733 with respect to having some distance between detoxification facilities and places where children congregate. I respectfully suggest that at 147 Stedman, there is a children's playground. At 131 Stedman, there is Stedman Academy, which we again assert is a private school. And furthermore, I just state that in this neighborhood, there is Dance Energy located at 131 Stedman Street, Planet Dance, 6 houses of worship within the immediate neighborhood, including obviously Calvary Chapel, Grace International Church at 229 Stedman, Deeper Life Bible Church at 225 Stedman, Mill City Baptist at 225, the Islamic Society of Greater Lowell at 131, and the Assembly of God Church at 131. Each of those churches also has many programs for their children that come and go various times of the day for instructional purposes and other purposes, obviously religious instruction. I think it is important for me to note, and I would be remiss if I did not note, that Calvary Chapel is extremely sympathetic to the mission of the petitioner. Attorney Eliades has gone to great pains to talk about the societal need for this type of facility. I'm not going to try to argue that. Each one of us in this room, I'm sure, has had addiction touch their lives in one way or another. We're not suggesting that there isn't a need for this, but I would respectfully suggest that this location is inappropriate for it, for all of the reasons previously discussed and that we've discussed, There are other areas in the city to locate it, other areas within the towns to locate it, where it was zoned originally. And I respectfully suggest that the board consider these comments, and I thank you for your time, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Lighties, can I ask you a question? So this gentleman references 7.71. Do you have anything to state about that? What he's talking about is about the detox facility should not provide a location for patients to wait for treatment in the vicinity of children. Do you have anything to talk about the site in relationship to that?
I have a lot to say about it, actually. First of all, the words "in the vicinity of children" mean 5 feet, 50 feet, next door, across the street. Very vague, very vague, number one. Number two, I keep hearing, I find it ironic, I keep hearing about security interests and security concerns. This board takes evidence. I put in expert evidence about traffic. I put in expert evidence about all of the security things we take care of. I put in expert evidence about police checking on the spot. By the way, the Lowell Police Department, Chelmsford Police Department themselves, have the right, the Lowell Police Department has the obligation to come forward if they think there are security concerns. And they've been asked twice, and they've never voiced any so-called security concerns. Nor have I heard, in 5.5 hours of proceedings on May 30th or tonight, any evidence, any specific situation that proves that this type of facility can create a problem for children standing at a bus stop. Not one iota of evidence. Lots of fear-mongering, but not one iota of evidence. So, to go back to your question, Mr. Chairman, in the vicinity of children, I'm not an expert, and I also want to say that my brother, who comes back again to you and tries to, in my opinion, with all due respect, muddy the water again, quoting you cases and this and that and whatever, you have an opinion from the city solicitor's office. That's your lawyer. That's what your lawyer has told you. You know what? They knew this matter was in the land court. They know it's pending in the federal court. Let them go and tell all of those things to the federal judge. Very simple. They don't even have to file an appeal or any paperwork or anything like that. There's something called an intervener. They can go in there and plead their own case and say why they think there's something wrong. So those are all elements that come into play. But as far as going about in the vicinity of children, I'll defer to the city. I'll defer to the city solicitor on that.
Well, let me ask this. It specifically says patients to wait for treatment. I'm just asking, do you have any? How do you handle that?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Again, I missed it because somebody. The question is what?
Should not provide a location for patients to wait for treatment in the vicinity of children. I'm just asking you, how do you take care of that? How do you address
Two
that?
things. Number one,
Yep.
as we said, we made a condition. We agreed to a condition that no patient will wait outside this facility. So that's the simple answer to that.
So you're going to control people being outside. There'll be no patients who are going in to receive treatment will be milling around and hanging around outside. I believe that's what you told this board previously. I just want to restate it now.
Absolutely.
In other words, you're going to control, I believe the other statement was, you're going to control the volume of patients that visit the facility. You're going to be able to get them inside the facility, however you coordinate that, so there's no milling around, there's no standing around. I believe that's the intention of the 7.71.
Correct.
I'm trying to address this gentleman's
Correct.
concern. That's why I'm giving you the floor to explain that.
You're absolutely correct, Mr. Chairman, and that's why we agreed to that condition. That's the way we operate. That's the way we did our time motion study that, as I said to you, the city engineer said, traffic engineer said, yes, this works.
Okay.
And obviously, we have no intention to interfere with children in a playground or anything like that. Plain and simple.
Sure. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
My name is Will Arvidsson, a former resident of Lowell for almost 30 years. And I just have a couple of questions. They state there's almost 300,000 people coming in 600 days. That's almost 500 people a day, as they stated. That's an enormous amount of people, in my opinion, for any business in that area to have traffic. And just the fact that they have they contacted the city engineer? Has there been any serious talk about sidewalks? Because that amount of traffic is a large amount. Working in the construction industry, $20,000 doesn't even come close to putting the sidewalks in the front of the building, let alone the half a mile down to Westford Street. So I also have a question about if they're going to be waiting outside. Is the facility open at all hours? What happens when people show up? Is there a security guard like they have currently at the facility downtown Lowell? And I just find it very concerning that a business that is in the business of helping these people, that they don't have any kind of backup plan, and that this is their only option, and that they haven't considered the remote possibility of people having questions about this and the time that it would have taken to resolve this, like these cases normally do, not to have a backup plan or any other way to try to make sure they have the continuation of services that these people are requiring. And I just have another point about how they meant, Attorney Ladies said that this Lowell has the highest rate of drug-related admissions into hospitals, and if this is, Lowell is the #1 in that area, why aren't they choosing a more central location for this if, you know, the vast majority of these people come from Lowell? It seems like any planner would know that this is not a suitable location to put it all the way on the outskirts of the city. And if, you know, talking about Lowell putting this problem in Lowell's front yard, it seems like this facility currently is in Lowell's front yard where it needs to be, and instead they're doing the opposite and putting it into Lowell's backyard in the outskirts where it is harder to get to for all the people that need to get to this place. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else like to speak in opposition? Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Leidy. Go ahead.
The lease expired September 30th, 2013. In May of 2012, they were trying to find a location. The only location, this is in the material I submitted, the only location available at that time was this location. I think planning 16 months ahead to try to take care of the loss of their facility is pretty good planning, sir.
Yes, sir.
Brian Ewing, 218 Stedman Street. I've spoken before the board before. Now, this place has been down here on Hall Street for 20-some odd years. They've had probably, I don't know, how many patients did you start with? Any number on that? 20 years ago? 10?
Sir,
20?
you have to address me,
Oh,
and
okay,
then
I'm
I can
sorry.
ask the question.
I just had a question for them.
Okay, you want to know?
Now there's 500.
Okay.
What's it going to be 10 years from now if you, approve this?
Okay.
Do the buses run on Christmas Day, Sundays, that, these people can get to their medication? Buses aren't the answer. It's the wrong location. Everybody knows it. They know it. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Leidy, if I can address that to your client, can you just quickly, if you have the numbers, has it been 500, 600 patients since day one, 26 years ago?
Oh, I doubt
Did
it.
it start off with a lower number and it's increased over time?
he doesn't know the exact, Mr. Magaracci was not there at the beginning.
Yep,
He
that's
said he doesn't know the exact numbers, but it's been flat for the last 5 years.
Okay.
And if they're not, you know what? If it gets bigger, either of two things have happened. The worst thing that we've expected, which is the outbreak gets even worse, or they're doing a lousy job taking care of people. And we don't think that's happening, because that's why we can keep a level number and send literally in the last 20-plus years, over 100,000, I think, is that the number? How many people have been treated and right, over 100,000 people. So, I hope that answers your question.
Yep, thank you.
One thing I forgot to say.
Sure, go ahead.
I did ask at the last meeting,
Yep.
All kinds of studies being done. I live 100 yards away from the front door of this facility. Will I be able to sell my property for a good value? I have heard nobody saying what it's going to do to my property value anywhere. The city solicitor, no one has said a word about it through any proceeding. I don't believe I'm going to be able to sell it.
Well,
really
I can tell you, this board has received no studies at all to the area that might affect you.
I did
See-
ask that at the last.
No, that's fine. I'm just telling you, I have not received, this board has not received anything from the city, from the petitioner, in regards to real estate values. You have a single family?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Yeah, I know exactly. You're in fact probably the closest to the
Yes, I
facility,
am.
correct? Yep.
I and my neighbor behind me.
Right, right.
We
But
abut.
we have no studies before us, nothing's been proposed. I cannot give you an honest answer to that question.
Well, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Karen Marie Houl Sayed. I serve on the Board of Directors at the Islamic Society of Greater Lowell. A couple things I just want to bring up. Sorry, I kind of wrote little notes here.
It's all right, take your time.
First of all, let me say I'm not speaking out against those that are sick or disabled. I'm speaking out against bringing such a facility into a neighborhood that has 6 religious houses that host prayer services at various youth programs at different days of the week. It's a major concern knowing that the number of 500 plus individuals in a day that may not be standing out in line waiting to be treated. But what will those individuals do after the treatment while waiting for those individual rides and/or proposed bus service? As an abutting town neighbor that has the responsibility of my community, I could not express this enough, the plea to vote no on this special permit. My question to the board is, if this was going next to where your children were being dropped off at their place of worship or for a class or program, and then needed to wait outside for a ride to be picked up, would you want that to happen? Would you want that to be your child that could possibly be in danger? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am.
My name is Paulette Jeffroy, and we own and operate a long-term pharmacy within 500 feet of this proposed facility. Although we understand the need for such a facility, we strongly disagree with this location. As a long-term care pharmacy, we house all classes of drugs, including narcotics and opiates. We feel that this puts our staff at great risk, especially those who are on call, who come in at odd times of the day and night to service our patients, as well as our drivers who wait outside all during the day and night with prescriptions waiting for their runs. We know that while not all the patients are troubled, we feel that the pharmacy would be a huge temptation for those patients who are still struggling with this disease. I'd like to make one point about the patient count and how Mr. Leidy said that the businesses in that location never had to put in a sidewalk. Well, that's true, we never did have to put in a sidewalk, but we don't have 500 patients a day coming to our facility either. So we don't generate the traffic that this facility would generate. And I understand that this is a for-profit organization. I mean, they're at 500 patients now. The intent is always to grow your business. And so our concern is maybe it could handle the 500 patients now, but in a year, 2 years, if they're doing 1,000 patients a day, that will seriously impact traffic and the security and safety of all the neighborhood. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am, thank you. Wait a minute, Mr. Lighties. I believe you spoke at the last public meeting, right? You're across the street? But your business is a service-related home health care or something to that respect, is that correct?
Long-term care pharmacy.
Right, okay.
We have an institutional pharmacy that provides medication to hospice patients.
Right.
And the developmentally disabled who live in community homes in the neighborhoods. And we process roughly 1,200 scripts a day from that pharmacy.
Right.
Lots of deliveries going out, lots of drivers who are waiting for their packages to be delivered. My concern is for the staff, and then if we've got people who are walking
Right.
and know that we're there, we try to keep it profile so that people don't even know we're there.
Yeah, but you're not a dispensing, you're not a retail?
I'm not a retail.
Right, okay. I just want to make sure I had the right location. Yep, yep, that's okay, thank you. Yes, Mr. Lyons.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, two things. Number one, as you pointed out, this topic was identified exactly before, and I thought we were going to limit ourselves to new items. But since the matter was brought up, we're talking about a place that probably holds drugs 1,000 times worse than what our establishment has, and we have put on record how our drugs are handled every minute of every day, and all of the drug companies that come in and check on our records at all times. And when their drivers are out in the parking lot, do they supply security for those people to protect them while they're waiting? I don't think so. We didn't hear any of that. In fact, I find it very interesting. There is not a single other occupant of Stedman Street, a single other commercial occupant that has been put through the tests and the questions and the security, et cetera, that we have. There's one business condominium development there with a huge number, 60, 70, 80 places with a couple of hundred, not even 100 and something parking spaces. And our one business is being criticized because we're only providing 65. Why can't we all get together? And finally, if I hear the expression, the word, those people again, I don't know what I will do. But, there's been not one iota, I'm going to repeat it again, not one iota of evidence that any one of my clients' patients has ever been involved with any difficulty with any child. I don't know that there's any evidence that any so-called drug user are they going to go and rob the child's piggy bank while he's at the school bus? With all due respect here, I think we have to start getting some evidence, real, hard facts. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak in opposition? Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman and board member, my name is Naushad Sayed. I'm representing 131 Stedman Street. Happy New Year. And I really feel for you seeing those thick papers. I think they tried to bully you under the document, but I really feel for that. As he said, I don't want to call them those people. I know some of those people. They are my friends, my relatives, and people I know, loved ones. And I understand that they need the help. They need our help. But I want better help for them than this facility. I want them to be in some kind of hospital location where there is already a transportation means, where already safety is there even for their own sake. I don't understand why they try to move this in this area where there is people before me talked about, there are 6 religious places. Kids are budding in and out all time, a whole day and every day. There's a dancing school, there's Sunday school, there's other school. But I don't know why they want to bring these facilities in this area. I heard he's talking very compassionately about these victims. But I don't see he's showing the same compassion for all those people who were last time, who were worried sick about their kids. I don't see the same compassion. It seems like he spent tons of money in last 6 months to dig out all those papers and all these fees and everything. I fail to understand, and I'm surprised, why didn't they spend a little bit more time to see maybe they can find other facilities in this last 6 months. The other thing is, the bad thing about math and statistics is that you can make them sound whatever you want. He mentioned 0.001%. But what if that 0.001% happens to be my own son? He's my 100%. So who will be responsible for that, my 100%? And that's all I wanted to say. I have 2 requests. They are trying to sanitize this issue, like calling it comparing it with a simple business like any other business. But please don't get misled by that. And the second thing is, as somebody mentioned before me, please, before taking this decision, just imagine your young kids home alone in the neighborhood of these facilities. Then what you will do? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else like to speak in opposition? Yes, sir.
Hello, I'm just curious to know, in the last couple years, how many emergency
Excuse me,
calls?
sir. Could you state your name, please?
Oh, excuse me. Michael Stocky.
What's your address, sir?
8 St. Nicholas Ave, Chelmsford.
Okay. Go ahead.
And I'm just curious to know how many emergency calls were made that went to the clinic in the last 3 years, whether it was a police call or maybe a medical emergency, since that would increase the number of fast-moving traffic going through what would basically be residential neighborhoods. Okay.
You need, don't talk to Mr. Leides, because he probably won't hear you, first of all.
Well,
Just talk to me.
but he asked me a question directly.
All right, Mr.
So
Leides.
he was
now,
addressing me
He needs to go through us, and then I'll ask the questions. Okay, so you asked a question about how many calls, you're worried about how many calls at the facility? Yep, okay.
Yes.
So, Mr. Leides can correct me, but they've already issued data that has explained, the Lowell police report, but they also talked about service calls for emergencies, which I believe would be an ambulance or to that matter. There was information provided, and I believe that was provided the first time we sat. So is your concern about speeding emergency vehicles through Chelmsford?
Or both directions. There's
Well, you
only
mentioned
one road in
residential.
and out.
You mentioned residential, that's why I was asking.
Right, but
Yep.
there's one road going in, and I believe there's residential on both sides, the Lowell and the Chelmsford side.
Yeah. Does that answer your question for you, Mr. Leides?
Yes, but,
Okay.
in part.
Yeah.
Is there a number? I wasn't able to, I wasn't aware that the materials were available. Just wondering if anyone knows if there was a number.
Go ahead, Mr.
I'm
Leides.
sure there is, if the gentleman would like, I'll try to find it for you, okay?
Yep.
You were here the last time, spoke, I think?
No, I was not.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I thought it was somebody else. And as I said, we have an ambulance company with fortuitous, an ambulance company right across the street.
Okay.
Very good.
And then they'll speed out of the neighborhood.
Well, I guess ambulances have to speed somewhere.
Right. Well, from a concentrated area. No, the facility that's going to potentially go in across the street.
Not the ambulance.
No.
Anything else for us, sir?
No,
sorry.
that's it.
All right, thank you. Anyone else like to speak in opposition? Sure. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and board members. My name is Javed Ahmed. I'm representing 131 Stedman Street.
131 Stedman?
Yes. I would like to note a couple of things that I've heard. This is my first time speaking here, so these are not new old issues that are being brought up.
Yep, go ahead.
First of all, we as members of the public who've come here with grave concerns sometimes have been addressed as they by the council here. And they've used terms like canard when these are actual real issues to us. So I would appreciate that while he's asking respect from all of us, that he gives the same respect to all of us. All right. The issue I'd like to bring up is the question of vicinity that you've so rightly asked about. If we're talking 50 yards to a playground, is that a reasonable vicinity for patients of narcotics to be around, right? Of course, they have a need, and we're very, very cognizant of that need, and we're very sympathetic of that need. However, will this facility, while they're controlling their patients within their parking lot and within their facility, will they provide the guarantee that once they leave that parking lot, that they will not loiter in additional parking lots across the street on either side of this facility? Will they be able to guarantee that this additional 500 persons per day within the hours of their operations will not create an impact, a negative impact to the remaining neighborhoods within that area? And how will they provide that security guarantee once they leave that parking lot? That's my question.
Sure, thank you. Yes, Mr. Ladies.
So I guess maybe that's one question you could have asked Mrs. Jeffroy about her facility and all of the drugs that she has in there and the people who are waiting for theirs and waiting for to pick up or get out or get up out of there. That's one thing. Number two, we have provided security for over 26 years in a downtown facility where there's a lot more density, where there's a lot more people than what is essentially a 3.5 acre lot, the nearest properties of which to the rear are industrial buildings and a golf course. There are condominiums and certainly places of worship there, and we respect the places of worship. We even offered, it wasn't our, we asked the landlord to offer to one of these places of worship their parking spaces. The irony of it is the landlord tells us that they're being used without permission now, but we're trying to be put in a position where we are good neighbors. You want to talk about security? We're not going to put armed guards out front there. That's not fair. You're not putting people, there is no other location in Lowell where there are armed guards or security people who are marching up and down trying to do what? If you saw the plan, you'd see that they drive in, they park their car, they go in, they take their medicine, they get out, get in their car, and go. Anyone who comes by bus or by van, they take what we've guaranteed and what we've agreed to with this board is that no one will be allowed to wait outside. If they're going by van, at such and such a point, the van driver's going to say, okay, you 6 people, we now have everybody get in the van, we go. We don't believe anybody is going to walk to or from the facility. But we're trying to make provision that just in case they do, we can try to find ways to help things out. That's why we want to get bus service there. If there's bus service there, it's to everybody's benefit if there's bus service. To whoever the merchants are in the area, to the people who get up and go to work. And as I mentioned previously, maybe we can save 20 cars in the morning going up and down Stedman Street because we put 20 employees on a bus to go to their job. These are all the things that have been tried to be worked out with the city, with the solicitor's office. There's a balance. We all live a life of balance. I think whether it be religiously or howsoever we want to do it, moderation, balance, and whatever. That's all we're doing. We're asking for everybody to have a chance and live a life of balance. That's all. Simple as that.
Sure, go ahead. Yep.
I would like to respectfully ask the owner of the business, which just came up, has there been any incidents with respect to your drivers in the since you started operations? If I may ask her to answer.
Go ahead.
No, we have not had any incidents, but we have not had any loitering around the business either. We tried to maintain a low profile so that no one knows that we're there.
Excuse me, could you speak from the podium so we can have it on record, please? And as we move forward, as we address the board, I again, through the chairman, would remind everybody to address through the board any questions in that nature and address from the podium. Present your name and address and sign in as well as part of the
Paulette
procedural format.
Jeffroy from Long-Term Pharmacy Solutions. We have not yet, to this date, have had any issues with our drivers, but we have not had any loitering around the building either. We've maintained a low profile there so that most people don't know we exist there, and that's by design. We are a long-term care pharmacy, and to clarify for the record, we don't have patients coming to our facility to pick up their drugs. Our drugs, our medications are delivered. They go out on runs, so we have drivers in the back of our building that stayed in their cars until the runs are ready for delivery. The concern I have as far as, it was the bus. The concern I have with the bus is that you're going to have the bus come up, the patients are going to get dropped off, they're going to go in, get their medication, the bus leaves, and now it takes them all of maybe 5-10 minutes inside. Now you're going to have loitering outside the building waiting for the bus to come back. Where are these patients going to stay? Where are they going to stand? Where are they going to be? They're going to have to wait until another hour goes by for the bus to make another run past to pick them up. So when we talk about loitering, I think there'll be quite a bit of loitering waiting for the bus to come back and pick them up. And that's my concern as far as the bus. I think it's a great idea if they have the bus come up. I have a couple of my employees take the bus, and they could certainly benefit from that. My thought is, if there is such a small percentage that's taking the bus, why would Lowell Transit go through all the process and planning to transport such a small majority of people? It's like, to extend that bus route up there for this small majority, I don't see why they would go through that trouble. But if there is such a need, and then the bus does come, they're going to leave. They're not going to wait there until the patients get back on the bus and go back home. So where are these people going to stay for the next hour? They're either going to walk back because they don't want to wait for the bus, or they're going to be loitering around waiting for the bus. That's all I have to say.
If I may just follow up on a couple of things. We were also told that in the current location there have been no incidents, but according to my understanding, the current location is not the same population dynamics, not the same type of location as what they're proposing to, the place where they're proposing to move to. So you cannot compare apples and oranges, and they cannot project past statistics to a new location where there are different dynamics there. There are, as you've heard many times, places of worship, and one of the things that a place of worship does is collect donations. There's cash in these locations, and sometimes these are not cash registers. These are not secured in such a strong manner as a normal business would be, and these would be put at risk. We all know that these patients are at various stages of their treatment. Some of them may just still be going through a lot of their difficulties and issues. Others may be going through and almost done with their treatment. But we cannot guarantee who is there, and again, they're not able to guarantee that anybody leaving their facility will immediately leave that vicinity. There will be ample opportunity for them to do whatever they want, and this is something new for that area, and I believe that's with children being there and businesses carrying cash and other types of having people coming in, they will be exposed to something that they've never been exposed to. And of course, we don't know the impact to property value. We don't know the impact to current locations that have been thinking of moving out. And now what will they do if they're not able to sell according to the projections that they had earlier? And one more thing, if there are any other businesses that have any particular security concerns, but if they can give their history as to whether they were in any type of any issues or difficulties.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I would caution you on soliciting people to come up and speak. We've opened it as a public forum. Procedurally, we are open in public forum. People can come up. I do raise concerns in the gray area that you're soliciting people.
Absolutely. I just want to mention that this is
fully aware of that. The chairman made them aware that they were going to have the ability to speak in opposition or in favor.
Sure.
Thank you. Procedurally, we are an open meeting, and to solicit people to petition for or against from the public lectern is, in my opinion, in a gray area. And I believe if there are any comments, Madam Solicitor, I would appreciate your thought on that as well.
Well, a couple of things that, one, I do think it's important that all of the parties stick to the request of yourself and the chair in that the issues are addressed through the chair. A couple of the issues that were raised, with respect to the buses, and perhaps that's something that could be clarified by the petitioner as to whether the bus is really just a backup plan because of concerns that have been raised, and that in fact, and that's something that can be monitored once a route is in place, whether it's being utilized or not. And then also, what may be helpful for all of us here tonight is if the petitioner, there has been a lot of questions and concerns raised as to the type of location, as opposed to a downtown, that this facility is now moving towards. And perhaps the petitioner, who has a number of other facilities throughout the state, could address whether they have any similarly situated facilities that are comparable to this site, and if so, speak to that perhaps as to what their history of those sites are.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Tom Magaracci. Have it up, go Lowell. Couple of things. One is that most of our facilities are in light industrial areas with multiple businesses around them. Our largest program in Boston is in the middle of a very congested industrial area with no sidewalks. Hasn't had sidewalks, and we've been in that facility for 16 years. There's never been an incident, and there are people walking to and from there because we don't have public transportation close by. It's never been an issue. I think the other thing that I want to address is that part of the reason why we are so focused on this particular location is the city itself has put restrictions and requirements on the type of facility that we can actually try to locate this service in. One of those significant requirements is parking, and there aren't many facilities downtown that have lots of parking to accommodate our use. So by design, there were limitations on where we could go and what we can do to address those concerns. And I think one other thing I'd just like to say, that there's been lots of concerns about the safety of children, and we don't take those lightly. We take them very seriously. But I do want to point out that the current location on Hall Street is directly across from the largest daycare center in the city of Lowell. We have been there for years together, for years in that location, together with the largest daycare facility in the city. There's never an issue, ever. There won't be there either. It's not that I want to minimize those concerns, but I think if we look at the evidence and we look at really what the issues are, it's not a concern. It's certainly something we want to listen to and certainly be aware of, but we are directly across the street from the largest facility in the city that treats children.
What's the, I'm familiar with the location. Can you give the name of the? Lowell Day Nursery?
Yeah.
Yep. It's on the corner, correct?
Correct.
Yep.
Correct.
Which is diagonally across from
That's
your
right.
facility, correct?
That's right.
Okay, and they've been there, I think, many years.
Many,
right?
many years.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Mary Ann Pereski, and I live at 10 Smith Street in Chelmsford. I've heard a lot of talk tonight, but I will, from the attorneys to represent the company that wants to move in there. But I'll leave it up to you to put the special things that we need, because there are no solutions presented tonight that are on a concrete level. However, I was pleased to hear that there wouldn't be a line outside because of the tragedy we had in the past in Lowell. However, that made me think of whether or not the building that they are using is sufficient size to hold the people that would be in line. I have seen the line outside the Lowell facility, and it's very, very long. And I am concerned that that building will not hold enough people. I haven't seen a design of the inside of the building. However, my next door neighbor, Mrs. Richard Mitchell, we live almost on Stedman Street. She is a nurse in a methadone clinic, and she's about to leave because of the loitering around the clinic. And I was wondering if the facility would be able to hold the people who are waiting in line so they're not outside, if they have a place for coffee, if they have a TV, if they have sufficient room to hold the people that are in the methadone clinic, that are participating in the program there. I am concerned about it, not only for my neighbors, but for the people who are going to go to the clinic. When you mentioned that it's going to be, the bus stop will be near, it's at the same distance that the bus stop at the senior citizen housing and the end of Stedman Street is. Stedman Street in Chelmsford already has sidewalks, but there are no sidewalks in Lowell. The streets are wrecked, there are potholes, so I can't imagine them spending money on sidewalks. The company said they would help with the sidewalks, but they didn't say whether it was $5 or $5,000 or $500,000. So I leave this decision up to you. I hope you're not threatened by court cases. I hope that you stick to what the residents are saying and present those concerns to the court. I don't know if anyone went in the last, from the Planning Board of Appeals, went to the court cases. I hope they did, and I hope that our point of view is presented as residents. We really need somebody to do that and make it clear. I think judges are pretty fair in listening to whether or not this is an appropriate place to have a methadone clinic. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Smith, sir. Anyone else want to speak in opposition? Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Robert Maria. I live at 26 Montview Avenue in Lowell, not too far from the proposed site. I am very reluctant to speak tonight because the owners of this building have been my friends actually since I was born, and that was quite a while ago. But I want to point out, no one is crazy enough to be against the good job that these fine people do. Of course, they do it for a profit. However, no one wants to create a drug crisis in Lowell either, or a health crisis. And I really resent when the attorneys get up for the applicant and put the fear into these people that if we don't relocate to this site, we've created a health crisis in Lowell. The applicant knew fairly well before they tackled this site that this was going to be a problem and they were going to face a lot of opposition. I am not against the great job they do. We need you in Lowell. However, we do not need you at this site. As they know, there are many other sites in Lowell that are available and many other sites that have ample parking. A couple other things I want to touch on that the city solicitor and Mr. Leidy's allured to. They both said that if there was going to be a traffic problem after the clinic opened, then the applicant would address that. As Attorney Leidy's knows, because he's represented all the big applicants for developments in Lowell, any developer has to come up with the money and improve the site before the building is finished and occupied. Not on the contingency that if there is a problem afterwards, well, we'll come to you and we'll do something for the site. Every development, I'm involved with every single large developer in the city of Lowell. Every developer has to put up the money ahead of time. Now, as far as sidewalks are concerned, I found it a joke when the attorney said they will volunteer to put up $20,000 if sidewalks are found to be needed after the fact again. The $20,000, attorney, with all due respect to you, wouldn't even pay for the engineering that needed to be done for the sidewalks. And you are well aware of that, George, because you were involved with all the big projects in Lowell. The sidewalks for that distance from Westford Street up to the site would probably be between $400,000 and $700,000. And that's a conservative estimate because there's a lot of other work just in doing sidewalks. Again, I ask your consideration. We are not against the applicant. We're against where the applicant wants to go now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Yep, Madam Solicitor. Yep. Just a minute, sir. No, not you, George.
Okay.
Not you,
So-
George.
Not you, George.
Not me?
No.
Oh, I didn't know.
The,
Oh,
just to,
Christine, I'm sorry. I would never step on that.
I don't know about that, but the, with respect to the traffic issue, just to address that a bit further, and to try to be even clearer about that, while that's an excellent and valid point, that if there are traffic concerns, they are to be addressed up front. In this case, my understanding of what is being done, however, is that in the event right now that there is no evidence that I'm aware of that there is a traffic issue that has been identified that needs to be addressed. What this condition is meant to then do is that even though there is currently no evidence of a traffic issue anticipated, this is nevertheless meant to be an additional safeguard so that if there is a traffic issue that there is currently no evidence for and is not anticipated, that there is now a commitment from the petitioner that it will in fact be addressed and mitigated.
Oh, sir, you already spoke, right?
I just have one quick question.
Yeah, I'll give you one quick comment. Go ahead.
If they're proposing keeping everybody waiting inside and they have upwards of 500 to 800 people a day, that would mean they would need a certificate of occupancy that stated 500 people are allowed inside this building. And I'm not sure that we've seen any design drawings that state what the posted occupancy limit would be. But a building that holds 500 people at one time, that's a large building. And I would curious to see what their proposed certificate of occupancy is going to be, the amount, before they tell everybody that they're going to have everyone wait inside.
Okay, thank you, sir. No, not now. Mr. Laddies, do you want to speak?
I'm sorry, I think I lost my glasses.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I would. First of all, and this is the shame of the situation here tonight, not a soul in this place has seen the operation. Not a soul in this place, other than the folks that are with me here, have any idea or understanding of what we're talking about, and yet somebody like that gentleman comes up and says there's going to be 500 people waiting or need to be waiting. That is absolutely not the case. We pointed out exactly how this happens. Certain number of people come to the facility every minute practically, every 10 minutes, whatever it is, from 6 in the morning till 10 in the morning. They go in, I said, they're in there and they're out in 5 minutes. However, for those people who might need a ride, or I already alluded to that, but I'll repeat it again, or wait for a bus. If you went to the current location, which is much smaller, and saw how the operation worked, you'd see that there's a room almost as big as this for a waiting room in there, for people who are waiting for counseling, for waiting of children. There's even a play area for the children, even though those people are in there. And there's all kinds of facilities that are there. There's not 500 people in there. In fact, there are fewer at any one time. How many people would there be at any one time? Where's Tom? I lost him. But I don't think there's more than, in any one moment in the place, there's probably not more than 20 or 30 people, if that. So, what's that, sir?
Mr. Laddies, sir, you can't just yell out stuff, okay? We'll address that.
The gentleman asked the question, what is the posted occupancy?
Yeah, I know.
There
I heard him.
is no posted occupancy, but I guarantee you that the buildings department will only let the sufficient number of occupancy as there are ever in there at any given time. We have an excellent building department. But I said there are never 500. There's never 100. There's never 50 patients in there at one time. They walk in the door, they get in a line. If you were here the last time, I think you heard that, and well, I'm sorry you missed that, because the nurse was here and explained. They get in the door, they have to make an identification through a computer system of who they are. They walk up to a window, they get a cup of medicine like in a Dixie cup. They have to drink the Dixie cup, they have to talk to the person, the nurse that's distributing it. They drink it, the nurse talks to them to make sure that they have, in fact, taken their medicine. They turn around, they walk out the door and get in their car. If they're waiting to go for a bus or for a van or whatever, then they go over to the waiting room area, which, as I said, is huge compared to this building here. So I only wish that some of you had gone. I invited the board. I invited plenty of people, right from day one, to come up and see the facility and see it in action. If you saw it in action, you'd understand how it works. With regard to, that's with regard to the space large enough. I know there were some other things this gentleman raised about the construction costs and whatever. Let's understand, I said it before, I'll say it again. We don't believe any of our people will be coming there on foot. However, as I said, we're willing to monitor it and find out what it is. Once we're open, we will find out from every single person who gets there how they got there and how they're leaving. And if there's a question of pedestrians, then we'll deal with that. I'm also confused, to tell you the truth, about the people who say, oh my gosh, I don't want anybody out in the street or near the children or whatever, but at the same time say, build a sidewalk. So which is it? Do you want a sidewalk for those people to walk up and down there? Or do we want to keep them in the waiting area, which we've agreed we'll do? We've made it a condition, and maybe I should make it clear, Mr. Chairman, that a special permit is exactly that, a special permit. If there's a violation of the special permit at any time, any citizen, anybody has the right to come and petition the Zoning Board of Appeals to tell them that there's a violation of the special permit conditions and to ask them to do something about it. That's what's nice about the system. So, and let me say one other thing to make it clear. That map over there, I don't want to get into a lot of detail, but I want you all to understand one more thing. There are 4 zones in the city of Lowell, 4 zones in the city of Lowell that this type of facility can now be used in. One of them is light industry. Another is regional retail. The third is high-rise commercial. And the fourth is office office protocols or whatever. That map, and then you have all of the requirements that you can't have facilities within certain areas. And you have all the requirements that they can't be within a certain distance of the schools. And you have all these other requirements which basically say, I asked at the last hearing, I'll ask again, I've said it 1,000 times, I think I said it to the Lowell Sun newspaper, somebody show me another place where this facility can go. If there were a landlord in this city who had the number of square feet in one of those 4 districts where it's allowed by the city's own choice, what those 4 districts would be, if there's such a building, we'd be glad to listen to them. No one's come forward. If I owned a building that was empty and had that kind of a facility, I would come forward and bring it. Nobody's done that. You know why? Because, and I don't, it's too complicated to do, but I'd be glad at any time with anybody there to go through. I can show you this. The 4 districts I mentioned, if you take the top of that map, which is the Pawtucketville area that goes all the way to the right to Centerville, there is in that entire area of the city one regional retail, one location where a facility like this can go. If I'm a little colorblind, but I can tell you right at the top where the V is up there, that on the Dracut line is the only area in all of Pawtucketville and all of Centerville where you could even think about putting a facility like that. And there's plenty of residences around there, and there's plenty of people who have some concerns about that situation too. Now let's go to the east, to the sort of lighter, whiter area, to Belvedere. There's not a single place in Belvedere except where the Market Basket and the stadium and Phoenix Avenue, all the wetlands and whatever, that's in that right-hand corner over there, and that's the only space there. So now, if you draw the circle in the middle of where the city says nobody can have a place within 5,000 feet of another facility, and that's been drawn there, then you take out almost that entire area from the Merrimack River. Can I come in, Mr. Chairman? This is the circle. In this circle, folks, is prohibited under 7.7. Like I said, those are the locations. Here's the green. Green is the one spot, the only spot in either Pawtuckettville or the island, Centerville, where you could even try to bring a petition to open a facility. This is all Belvedere. These areas here, this is next to nothing for facilities available. I challenge anybody to show me a facility large enough with the parking that's required for all of these, under all of the rules and regulations, just for this facility. Bring us one of those places, and Tom would love to do it. We're not fixed on this place. This is the place that works. This is the place that meets those requirements that the city laid out.
Ma'am, can't, not now. Wait a minute, sir, you already spoke once, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Jean McCarthy. I live at 1 St. Nicholas Ave in Chelmsford. It's off of Stedman Street, about 3/4 of a mile from the proposed site. My question is regarding, well, let me back up. I read on the applicant's website that when a patient arrives for his medication, a nurse assesses whether or not the patient is under the influence, and if he's deemed or she is fine, then they dispose the medication to the patient. So my question is, on a daily basis, what is the average number of patients that come who are found to be under the influence?
Okay. Mr. Ladies or Mr. Ladies or Mr. Marjorie, whatever.
Zero.
Okay, thank you.
Zero.
Zero. Okay. All right, wait a minute. You haven't spoke yet, right, ma'am? Anybody that spoke first, I'll give you one more quick chance, but I still want people who haven't spoke for the first time. Yes, ma'am.
Denise Sullivan, 225 Stedman Street.
Yep.
I have two questions for the clinic. One is, do you allow smoking inside the building? Where do the people go to smoke? They don't smoke while waiting or after? Where will they go to have a cigarette while waiting for their... They won't smoke? They're not allowed to have a cigarette if they have to wait? Okay, well, that's my question. If no smoking allowed inside, where do they go to smoke?
Is that it?
And how is that controlled? I guess that's, you're boasting about no loitering, no hanging around outside. That's it.
Okay. Did you get an answer to your question?
I don't believe so. He said they're not allowed to smoke inside. That's all I know.
Okay. There shouldn't be any smoking inside because that's against
But my
state law
The second
anyways.
part of that is, where will they go to smoke while waiting or after?
Okay.
Well, for one,
All right, so, Mr. Leddies, so the question is, is there any smoking, is there any smoking on the grounds currently right now?
no.
Okay.
No,
Will there be
there isn't.
smoking at the new site?
There will be no smoking.
So there'll be
allowed
no
at the-
smoking on the grounds at the new site, and that should be enforced, I would assume, by your security people that are supposed to be in and outside, correct or not correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And
But that bodes another question. If they're not smoking on the property, then you step off the property and you can't control it, which, again, with that number of people is a concern, how many are loitering and where?
well, I can give you an example from my own office downtown. There's no smoking in my office building. There's no smoking in the blue Shamrock across the street. But when they go outside, there's no one to stop them.
Well, that's
We
the same
don't-
in mine.
Well, I understand that,
But
ma'am.
again, it's not 500
I understand.
people.
Well, hold on. Well, first of all, how many times, I'm sorry, do I have to say that there are not 500 people there at the same time? Secondly, most of them arrive in their car. If they're smokers, 99.9% of them are gonna smoke in their car. They're not gonna smoke in a bus, they're not gonna smoke in a van, they can't do it. So
Okay, wait a minute. Can I ask you to sit down, please? I'm not going to, Mr. Gary already addressed this. If you have a question for the chairman, you ask the question, I'll ask the petitioner. This is an open forum, and it's getting ridiculous. Anybody else that hasn't spoke yet? Yes, sir, go ahead.
Write my name down. Good evening. First of all, I really feel for you, the amount of paperwork you have to do, but not only that, you have 2 lawsuits, and my understanding, one of them is still active, correct? Oh, sorry, my name is Kamal Shanak, representing 131 Stedman Street. So there were 2 lawsuits, one of them is still active at this point?
You just ask the questions, and then I'll let you know after.
Okay, so my point to that is, I really, my question is to you or the council, if this is fair for you to be making a decision while there is an active lawsuit on this case against the city of Lowell, but we can take that offline. The second question I have is, currently the number of people is 500. Is this the maximum number that this facility could host? For example, there are 500 today. In a year, there is demand for 100 more. The question is, could they take this 100 more? Could they take 200 more? What is that maximum number that they could take? I know one of the new things I heard, I was here last time, but one of the new things I heard is that if there's a traffic issue, one of the proposals of the council was that the hours of operation could change. I'm not sure if I misheard that, but I thought I heard that today, that they could actually relook into the hours of operation. And I think a lot of people here were here assuming that it's most of the operation is between 6 in the morning and 10 in the morning, and if the hours would change, what would that do? I think that would change the dynamic of this hearing. And the last question, and I can take all this offline, is if there's a bus that will come to this facility, where will this bus stop be? I go on that road all the time from the Lowell side, from the Chelmsford side, and I can't imagine any bus stop. What will the bus stop be basically for that bus that will give people access to the facility? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So let's address a couple of the points. I believe the gentleman's correct, Mr. Leides, if you can just come to the mic, just so I can get this clear. When he was talking about, I do believe there was discussion about maybe after the site was up and operating and looking at how things were progressing, there was some talk about maybe altering the hours of operation. I'm not saying it was going to be totally changed. I believe he's correct. I just want to address the question he asked. I think it had to do with once you're up and running and I think it had to do with traffic count being heavier, like say at 6 a.m. in the morning.
Correct. First of all, we're closed tight at 2 o'clock.
No, I know that,
Period.
but I think
I
he's talking
understand
about
that.
earlier.
But secondly, our service runs from 6 in the morning to 10 in the morning. Nothing after that. That can be a condition.
That's okay. No, I know I'm pretty sure he's correct on that. Right.
I think the solicitor wants to add something.
Excuse me, through you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Solicitor would like to address.
Sure. I think in answer to the gentleman's question, and counsel can correct me if I'm wrong, but with respect to a change of hours, I don't believe that the traffic mitigation would come about by a change of hours, but rather altering the schedule of patients, and if that answers your question.
Okay, and then there's, I believe he asked about, well, this will be for you, Madam Solicitor, if you even want to entertain it. He asked about an outstanding lawsuit. That's, okay.
Really, everything that the board does, a matter that has been remanded to the board, comes back to the board, regardless of whether there is another lawsuit or not, with always the distinct possibility, the board is well aware of an appeal and a lawsuit. So it's part of what it is you do.
And your third question, I'll be asking something about that later on, so I'm gonna hold off on. So we don't know about the exact site for the bus stop, but my understanding was if one was to be put in, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong, the bus would come up to Old Canal, and I thought originally would enter Old Canal, turn around, and then stop again. It's my understanding. I don't believe it goes straight into Chelmsford or anything like that. It was to make a loop because it's for the
Correct.
Westford Street, existing Westford Street, or
I can't
line
set-
number 5, I believe.
I can't set that, but the preliminary discussions I had with Mr. Scanlon talk about that as one of the possibilities, and I think that makes the most sense because it gets the bus off Stedman and then back out
Right.
again.
So we'd get those riders off of Stedman, get them onto Old Canal, and then they'd be picked up there also. I haven't forgot.
Apologize, one thing I forgot.
Sure.
I read in tonight's paper and also on your agenda tonight that the other part of this facility is going to be used for a mental health facility. Am I correct in saying that? That's
Well,
what the
I-
newspaper said, and that's what the company that's on the agenda
Yep.
does on their website. I wanted to ask the petitioners, is this company in any way, either financially or any other way, connected with the present petitioners? And I think that consideration of the mental health part has to be factored in, and I find it very coincidental that that was withdrawn tonight for a future meeting. And I think it was purposely withdrawn by their lawyer because they didn't want to get in the conflict tonight of the mental health facility along with the clinic. And I want to ask the petitioners, is in any way, and you know what I mean by any way, that facility connected with yours?
Okay, is that your question?
That's it.
Yep, thank you. You want to entertain that question, Mr. Lennox?
I'll answer the question to the best of my knowledge. First of all, absolutely no. And if there's a connection, the connection is that either your friends in the Sanventus family are going to have another tenant, or a purchaser of the building is going to have another tenant, because we're only using not even half of the building.
Okay.
And we have nothing to do with them. They have their own separate lawyer. They have their own project. This is something that came somewhat as a surprise to us as well.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
I just want to know, what is the square footage
Can you,
of the
can you,
building?
can you just reintroduce yourself again? I know you've done this 3 times. Can you say your name again, please?
Oh, Paulette Jeffroy from Long Term Pharmacy. I just want to know the square footage of the building.
Okay. Ms. Daly, wait a minute. Mr. Leidy's,
I'm going to have to go look it up, Mr. Chairman.
you're gonna have to what?
I don't have that with me right now. I'll go right outside and find it. What?
31,000. Okay, 31,000. Yeah. Okay.
You know, my,
Yes, sir. Can you?
my name is David Daly. I reside at 40 Lillian Street in Lowell, Mass. I'm also the owner of Kennedy Place Trust, of which council has been for you tonight. Kennedy Place Trust occupies our my ambulance company, Pride Star EMS, Daily General Contracting, the Daily Group, but also we rent to a salon and a church. When I constructed that building 5 years ago, I sat in the same forum in front of the planning board, and the only people that showed up that night were people to support it. And I thought at the time we built a good building, and we actually invited the neighbors over to see the plans. We showed them the plans. They were excited about the building. We later on that year, after completing construction of the building, were awarded the 2009 Green Building Award of the Year. I want to say that during the course of that discussion, that during the planning board, that the issue of sidewalks did come up. And it was clearly noted that due to the lack of ambulatory people or, I guess, clientele, it wasn't warranted to put in sidewalks. And that decision was made by the planning board. I have a number of issues that I can discuss, and I've kind of been warned by counsel to refrain to just the specifics tonight. I do have a question to Habit OpCo or their entities. As he has made assertions from the beginning that one of the assertions, initially that they were going to inhabit the building by themselves, that evidently that seems to have changed. And secondly, is Habit OpCo or any ownership interest of Habit OpCo going to own this building? Or are they leasing it from a totally different, entirely different interest that has zero connection? Again, I've said before in previous public hearings that the ownership of this is owned by a private equity firm, a for-profit private equity firm. So I'd like them to come up and answer that first, if any of the ownership of any entity connected with Habit OpCo is going to own this building.
Okay. Is that, wait a minute, Mr. Ladies, wait a minute.
I do, yes.
What? Let's just, you can ask all your questions and then we'll address them.
Okay. During one of the other public hearings, Mr. Bailey, you had made it clear in one of your major concerns with this site, and I go back to the sidewalk issue. They came up here tonight, and I got to tell you, after 10 to 12 executive sessions, I thought I was going to be overwhelmed by the number of concessions that were going to be made by the petitioner. As a developer, I've often put in their same position and go through multiple meetings and have to come up with a diplomatic process to make compromise with people. I haven't seen that done tonight. I've only seen a few things that have been addressed, but not to the best of the ability by the neighbors, I can tell you that. One of the major concerns is this sidewalk. And I know when I do major projects, and if there's issues, they've had some notion of monetary money that they put up, but I mean, why does this board make them bond some type of money? Bond money over a period of 5, 10, or 15, 20 years, if they do rise to 1,000 people, or they do require, which would require sidewalks or street widening or a set of lights. I mean, I have 64, well, we just bought 3 more ambulances across the street. Now, they're not all located out of that location. I also have 5 or 6 construction vehicles, and then all the traffic from our people that are in our office space. I can assure you right now, I know these traffic studies have said that there's not going to be any issues, but I can assure you there's going to be issues with 500 to 600 people there from 6 a.m. to 10 o'clock in the morning. To date, there has been no issues with my ambulances. But I can tell you, you put people in cars coming up and down that street within a 4-hour time frame, there's going to be issues. And I asked, what's the recourse? That demonstrative number he referred to, who triggers that and when is it triggered? Do I make a phone call to say, you know what, I'm looking out my window every day, or my cameras that we've put out there shows a dramatic increase in traffic, and also we're having issues pulling out for emergencies or having issues getting to required transportation for medical problems when there's 500 to 600 cars coming in between 4 hours. And so where is that triggered? Is that triggered by me making a phone call, or do I have discussions with them? Who's the oversight committee? Secondly, you know, the safety accommodations that we've talked about, they said they're addressed by having this quote-unquote potential negotiations with the LRTA. I can't believe that before the board tonight, if I ever came before a board tonight and said, I swear I'll put this house up and I'm talking, I might be able to put a front porch in if you need me to, but I'm talking with the neighbors about it. I mean, for such a major issue, and not to have some type of concrete understanding in writing to this board, prior to them coming tonight with the LRTA, I'm totally befuddled by that. Secondarily, if you taking their own numbers of somewhat between 90 to 95% of people that might get transportation, and you take even 5 to 10% of that. So you're talking about potentially 40 to 50 people a day who could go on their own and walk and ambulate. I'm telling you right now, what is it going to take, Mr. Bailey, and you said it yourself, when is it going to take someone to die on those streets of Stedman Street? The other day, I didn't take pictures. I was too busy, but I should have, with this snowstorm, that northeaster, where you couldn't even barely get 2 cars by each other, never mind someone trying to walk up and down the street. Who's gonna take responsibility for that? This board has a responsibility to take responsibility for that. That's who's gonna do it. And I implore you tonight to either make them put up a bond or put up some significant monetary value in writing so that this isn't a catastrophe or not all looking back on, we should have done something then. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Leides, if you have what Mr. Daly asked about, go ahead. If you missed something, I'll
I'd
certainly
like to
remind you.
address a couple of Mr. Daly's issues right off the bat. When he went for his permitting to the city, he went to the planning board for site plan review. Totally different set of rules, regulations, didn't have to show anything about security, didn't have to show anything about the, I'm not even sure that he mentioned that there were ambulances in there, but I can tell you this, there isn't anything in the zoning code that says that ambulances can be in there, and I think that's an interesting question. He's asking us to put up a bond, and yet when a condition was placed on his occupancy of the place, it's still standing in the registry of deeds recorded unreleased. Now, maybe it's released, I don't know. But obviously, he has a condition there. I mean, I'm not trying to pick on Mr. Daly. I'm just trying to point out that we're going through the absolutely toughest, strictest set of tests and rules and regulations that I personally, in my over 40 years in this business, have seen take place over the occupancy of a place. And I'm going to also say, he talks about conditions and the number of conditions and how many conditions. If you recall, I was the one who permitted the charter school on Middlesex Street, a very busy area and whatever. And you know what? I think the final number of conditions reached 60. So, but there were particular reasons for that. Every project has its own number of conditions, has its own number of concerns and whatever. But I haven't heard anything, for example, as to why and how people get in and out of Mr. Daly's place in an ambulance in the middle of a busy road there. Is there a provision for a street light? Like in most places where an emergency vehicle, when it comes out into an intersection, it has that. I don't want to pick on you, Mr. Daly, but there are people trying to throw conditions into this particular client of mine that no one else in the city of Lowell has ever faced. 500 cars, we did. It shows it's 125 cars an hour. That's one car every 30 seconds. We had a test done by a professional because we were required to do it for you, a survey. Have they had one done? They can do that. They can do that. Has anyone gone to court to say that you are wrong, that the solicitor's wrong about the issue of schools and children or whatever? You got from her and her office what the law is. If they think it's different, then go to that court case and tell them that. So all of these things are things that you've had to take into consideration and that I believe we've fairly answered at every step along the way. So I know they're not happy. I know they don't want to have more people there. If you take any case, and I'm sure my fellow counsel have read plenty of cases with regard to traffic and traffic studies and whatever, and one of the first things that any court will say is, any new development creates more traffic. When he put his place in, he created more traffic. The significant question for the courts is the additional traffic that's imposed upon by the entry of another property, another development or whatever, does it change the traffic situation to significantly adversely impact the road? Our traffic engineer has all of the calculations. I gave you the copies of it. No one has rebutted it. The city traffic engineer went through our whole, from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. We told him exactly how many people go in at a given time, how many people get their medicine. They stand in line for four windows in Lowell, 6 windows in the new facility if we're allowed to go in there. And they just walk up to the facility, they are given the drink, they take the drink, and they go. There's no needles, there's no whatever that goes with it, and every one of them is checked. And as you heard the nurse in the May 30 procedure, the woman who was in charge of the methadone, she has to account for every drop, not an ounce, every drop of the drink that they give out to the people, and that the Food and Drug Administrator, whoever the DEA, talk about the Drug Enforcement Agency, comes not just on a regular basis to check what their product is, but on surprise visits as well. This company has never been challenged or charged with improperly handling or having problems. The proof, I can't say it 100 times. They never had any problems on Hall Street. I've lived in this city for 7 decades. I never knew they existed. And I don't think anybody else in this place did. They've had no problems there. They lived, as you heard, across the street from the largest day nursery school that's been there more than what they've been there. I know that to be. And they have one item after another. There's just, the proof is in the pudding. It's a good, clean, needed operation. So, cars per minute, there's not 500 cars driving up at the same time. There's not 500 people going to be in there at the same time. I'm glad to answer any other questions you have. What is your question, sir? The ownership is none of your business.
Yep.
Well, you can call
Wait
it
a minute,
interesting.
Mr.
Wait a minute. You can't come into, do you want to show me the ownership of all of your property and properties and whatever? Or
Mr.
should
Leides.
Mr. Yeah, don't answer it. You told him, Douglas.
Mr. Leides, no.
We're getting to
Yeah, well,
beyond real.
I'm not going to listen to it. I'll tell you right now. This is getting way off.
Absolutely.
You guys want to discuss it outside after, not here. What I wanted to ask was, Madam Solicitor, the question that Mr. Daly asked about ownership, does that have anything to do with this board at all?
No, I think it's completely irrelevant.
Okay, I have a second question for you, Madam Solicitor. Ms. Daly asked about the triggers, about for the street, what would trigger an activity. Do you have anything to add on that? I believe his question was, what's it going to take for action on the street if we decided we were going to put sidewalks in or we were going to make improvements? He had asked the question about, he used the term triggers. Is that something you could entertain, please?
Well, essentially, that the process that the board would be going through, and I say this not for the edification of the board, but for those that are here, that the process that the board would go through would really be to determine whether conditions are necessary based on a relevant or real need, based on evidence that is put forth. Typically, that evidence might come by way of a traffic study or a high number of accidents that are reported. In the case of safety, had the record of the applicant been such that there were a number of incidents warranting intervention from the police department and crimes occurring on the site. Those are all things that can be considered by the board. By the same token, the absence of all of those things is something that is equally considered by the board. In terms of a trigger, in the event that there is a traffic study done that indicates that there are no traffic concerns, the Attorney Leides was correct in terms of his summary, I believe, of the law as it relates to any of these types of developments. Anytime you bring a new development into an area, whether it be residential, whether it be commercial, there's going to come with it a certain amount of increased traffic. The test that this board and other boards consider is not whether there is an increase in traffic, but whether that increase is such that it will result in a detriment to the area and that it's significant. And so this is the type of hard, relevant evidence that comes before the board. By the same token, other issues have been raised tonight with respect to, say, the possibility that even though those that utilize this facility have access to transportation, whether it be their own or whether it be reimbursed transportation, but that regardless of that, they may, nothing requires them to use that, and they may opt to walk. That's true, I suppose. There is nothing that requires, I own a car, there's nothing that requires me to utilize that vehicle. However, again, the test and the consideration is not whether the unlikely would likely happen, but rather whether, based on the evidence before the board, if the evidence is such that, that virtually all or most of those that are utilizing the facility utilize it via their own transportation or have access to transportation, then the questions that this board and other boards would consider is, what is the likelihood then, what is the evidence before us that they will somehow opt not to use their vehicle? How likely is it that they will go in an unlikely direction? So that's the obligation of the board to make those types of considerations, and they are fairly narrow and defined in terms of what the board is going to be considering. If that answers the question.
Yep, thank you. Okay, anyone else want to speak in opposition? Yes, sir.
Good evening. Thank you, members of the board, Mr. Chairman. My name is Mike Martell. I live on Lancaster Ave, just off of Stedman. Just a few points. In the letter from the Department of Public Health, Dr. Jacobs refers to 800 patients per day, and I wonder if perhaps that's what they're licensed for, or that's what she understands they have. And with regard to George's kind of throwing off the vicinity of a school of that, the Commonwealth has made it a special crime to distribute drugs or have drugs within a 300-foot limit of a school. So I think 300 feet is certainly the vicinity of it. And the other question that I had, because we live right there, it's difficult enough right now to get out onto Stedman Street, is does the applicant monitor at all whether or not any of their patients or addicts or whatever drive their car after they've received their methadone treatment?
Is that it for your questions?
The only other thing I could say is that area of Westlands is heavily populated by children and families and elderly, and we rely on your good graces to protect us from things like this. And I don't expect you to protect us from all the disrespect that we've gotten from that side of the room, you know.
All right, that's, anything else, sir?
Thank you for your time.
Yep, okay. The number of patients, I'm going to address that later. I guess either city solicitor or Kerry. No, I'm going to talk about the patients later. The question the gentleman asked about vicinity to site of school and drugs being close. Do you have any comment on that?
I'm not sure exactly which statute he's referring to, but I'm assuming it means illegal drugs, not heavily monitored medical facilities.
That's what I assumed, okay. And Mr. Leides, if I can ask you a quick question?
Sure.
Yep. And maybe Mr. Margarini wants to answer this. The question was, any monitoring going on within your facility that somebody may be driving and they may be impaired when they come into your facility and shouldn't leave in a vehicle?
whether or not, how they get there and how they come and go.
No, the question was if somebody showed up, I guess impaired, and are they observed inside your operation, and would they, if you had any knowledge that they drove there, that they should be back in a car?
The answer to that is yes, that there are very, very strict policies and procedures around that. It doesn't happen often at all.
Sure.
But yes, that if somebody was witnessed to be impaired, they're not allowed to leave. And if they insist on leaving, then the police would be right after them. And as you can tell, that's never happened. But there are very strict rules about that.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Anything else for me?
Hi, Elaine Maria, 26 Montview Avenue. I understand you made a traffic study, but I didn't hear anything about the corner of Westford Street and Stedman Street. Living on Montview Avenue, I go out Stedman Street all the time, and you have to make a left-hand turn. There's cars coming down Stedman Street. You have the bus stop at the corner of Westford Street. There's cars coming down Stedman, making a right, making a left. Cars coming from Westford Street, going into Stedman Street, making a left-hand turn. So if the city's going to have to put some kind of stoplight there, who's going to foot this?
Is that your only question,
That's
ma'am?
my question, yeah.
Okay.
I think you should make some provisions for this.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
The answer, Mr. Chairman, is the traffic study was done. The traffic study is online for anybody and everybody to see. And if you go online to see it, you will see that the Westford Street, Stedman Street intersection was part of the study, and there was no significant adverse effect upon it.
Yes.
To further address that, with respect to the condition that was referenced earlier, that was a condition that would specifically apply even to that area. So in the event that there was a buildup of traffic such that it began to negatively impact that intersection, then the additional condition would kick in, that the traffic would have to be mitigated in some fashion, either by a traffic detail, a increase to the parking facility, a staggering of the patients' schedules, and perhaps even the installation of some sort of signage or lighting and things of that nature. That, by the way, is really the purpose behind the money. As I said at the outset, there are no plans to install a sidewalk, but nevertheless, if there are issues of safety or traffic that need to be mitigated, then there's also the additional funds to do that. And that's a good example of what it could be used for.
Right, thank you. Anyone else like to speak in opposition? Opposition. I'll give you one quick question.
I just have two very quick comments, Mr. Chairman, with
Can you
respect to...
reintroduce yourself, please?
Attorney Scott Consall from Calvary Chapel.
Yep.
With respect to counsel's assertions with respect to the level of scrutiny, I would simply respectfully suggest that it's the type of permit that he's applying for that under the zoning ordinance has Section 11.3.2 for a special permit and Section 7.7 that apply. So it does have that level of scrutiny, and the wisdom of the drafters of the ordinance would have that level of scrutiny because of the type of facility that we're talking about. And secondly, just with respect to the issue, what does and does not constitute a private school, there was no need to litigate that issue because the board denied the permit previously. So I just state, as far as we're concerned, should that issue need to be adjudicated in some fashion, obviously, we still reserve the right to do that.
Okay, thank you. Very quick, right?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Douglas Hauser from Lampert, Hauser and Robin, again for our client. Two questions through you to the applicant. One is, at any time from May of 2012 to the present, has the applicant ever submitted a proposal to Lowell General Hospital for any ability to lease from Lowell General Hospital or any of its related entities the premises? Because it seems like a natural place. If there's ever been anything in writing.
The answer is yes, the answer is no. Yes, they applied, no, they won't permit it.
And the second question, through the chairman to the applicant, was a question about the areas that were explored as alternative sites. Were those areas limited to locations where a related entity would own the site, or did you explore alternatives where you would be purely leasing a site with an unaffiliated landlord?
Douglas, I'm not sure I understand the question, but I'm saying to you that if you take all the prohibitions within 7.7, okay, I said to you that there is not, to my knowledge, and no one has come forward with a site that meets all of those requirements. Is that your question?
No, sir.
What's the question?
The question was, did your client explore other locations?
Yes.
Where it would not
No.
be leasing from an unrelated entity?
Who says the entity is related?
It's a
I
question.
object to this, Mr.
All right,
Chairman.
so
We're
don't-
getting so far.
so don't
afield,
answer the question.
It's ridiculous.
All right.
It's through the chair. I was asking through the chair. I wasn't asking.
He's asking about related entities and this and that and whatever. Related who? Related to Habit Opco, the landlord, or the current owner is not, the current, the prospective purchaser to be is not. Is that okay?
So, Madam Solicitor.
I'm sure the solicitor will agree with me, we've gone far beyond the scope
Understand that.
of proper questioning here.
Yep. We're only entertaining 22 Old Canal Drive, correct? Yep, okay. All right, any, yes, sir.
My name is Ed, and I've been on Stedman Street probably longer than most of the people there. I've
What
been there
address, Stedman Street?
since 225 Stedman Street.
Okay, thank you.
Now, I wasn't going to get up and talk tonight, but when I hear some of these numbers going around, I got to laugh. Now, we know there's not going to be 500 people there at one time, right? Between 4 hours of the day, there will be, okay? But another number was 93 to 97% of these people are going to get there on their own, all right? Which means you're soliciting Lowell Transit to run a bus line for between 15 and 21 people for the course of a day, on their top day of 500 people. That doesn't make sense. As far as your traffic study, or one before that, what happens if there is an issue? There's an outbreak of fight or something there. I know what happens in a bar in downtown Lowell if there's a fight. They close the bar, you lose your liquor license. What's going to happen to this facility? Nothing, because you can't stop treating the people. And the other thing, the traffic study, throw it out. Have you ever driven down Stedman Street between 7 and 8 o'clock in the morning?
Yes.
Yeah. Throw out your traffic study. Fire them, get somebody new. Because you can't drive down the street.
Anyone else like to speak in opposition? 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 Hearing none, that portion of public hearing is closed. I'm going to ask that the board take a 5-minute break if I can at this point. Okay, we're going to resume the public meeting, so if I could ask everybody to please sit or make sure your electronic devices are off. Okay, we're going to open it up to the board at this point. Van?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think there's a lot that's been said tonight. I do appreciate everyone who came out to speak on behalf of this petition, whether you're for or against it. I think it comes down to the bottom line, the merits, whether they meet all the guidelines and requirements set forth to obtain a special permit. In my opinion, I think Habit OpCo has. We don't live in a perfect society or perfect world. These kind of services are needed. And in the essence, this facility is it's a hospital, it's a treatment center. So, but with that being said, and I'm voting on this based on its merits and the requirements, the guidelines, the prerequisites, and I think that this petition meet all those requirements. So I will be supporting this petition. Thank you.
Melissa?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good evening, everyone. Rather good, long evening. So I wanted to first off say thank you. I wanted to thank the Habit OpCo employees who are here for doing this really important and necessary work, and I really appreciate that you do it holistically, offering education and counseling. I want to thank all of you, all of the concerned citizens of Chelmsford and Lowell, sharing your concerns with all of us. I really, really appreciate hearing that. I was not part of the last public hearings. I actually was taking a personal leave of absence, so I'm really appreciative to be here in person now and being able to listen to all of this. I do want to share that even though I was on that leave, I did stay updated with watching these recordings. I also read the news, read all the notes, and participated in some of the executive sessions. One thing I wanted to share was I actually lived literally around the corner from the current location of Habit OpCo now in downtown Lowell. That's at the Renaissance on the River development. I lived there for over a year. For the first 6 months, I had no idea it even existed. After I found out it existed, literally no problems came about. And the police statistics actually share that evidence. So thank you for sharing that to the applicant. Sorry about that. I took a lot of notes here, so I just want to go over it. So me living in downtown Lowell, near this location, I know is significantly different from where it's being proposed now as a light industrial location. The applicant did address that there are other facilities in light industrial sites in Boston. I believe there's one in Fitchburg, and there's been no problems either. So that was also good to hear. Again, living downtown and right near the location, I've witnessed this daycare center, the largest. I didn't even know it was the largest in Lowell. I had concerns when I first knew. Knowing that there was no problems and no issues, that says a lot. There's also public parks right by there, many children and families hanging out there. I am not a parent, so I know a lot of parents have shared their concerns about protecting their children. I am an aunt, I am a former youth worker, and even though I'm not a parent, I totally understand the need to want to protect your children. However, I think it comes down to this. I think the clientele of this facility is stigmatized. There's a lot of stereotypes and a lot of assumptions being made. Whether they're true or not, I think there's been a lot of evidence and materials and police reports that actually debunk that stigma. So I'm going to go with that. I think a lot of the concerns that have been addressed, or the concerns that have been brought up at both the previous hearing and today, have been addressed. I think that the applicant has really met those concerns and made concessions. I think the conditions in place that we've made so far really do safeguard the concerns around security and traffic. I do want to encourage that the applicant continue to be a good neighbor to all the residents in this area, because I think that, we'll see the evidence of how the traffic's going to be affected, how security is going to be affected after this is in place. I think also that citizens have been notified about how they can there's a contingency in place that this special permit can be withdrawn, that there is recourse for citizens to complain. So I, like Van, will support this petition. I do have concerns around security, around after hours, after your operating hours, specifically around loitering. I also am concerned about the Westford-Stedman intersection. I know that the traffic study addressed it, but I've been witness to that intersection. I think it's really problematic now, and so I was just curious if the applicant was able to address those concerns. Thank you.
Is that something you'd like? Yep, yeah. Attorney Latties, did you hear Melissa's question? Okay, why don't you ask the question of Mr. Latties?
I just was wondering if the applicant had any ways to address my concerns of security after hours, and also if there is anything you could also offer for the Westford-Stedman intersection.
Meaning after the people are served till 10 o'clock, or after the facility closes at 2 o'clock?
After the facility closes at 2.
I think that Tom can address that. They have a full security system and cameras.
Thank you.
And all of that business.
So all of the facilities are incredibly highly regulated. So there are multiple layers of alarm systems that go into the facility from the perimeter. There are cameras, by the way. So alarms to get into the building, alarms in the building, motion sensors in the building. All of that is dictated and required by the DEA before they'll give us a license to operate. And I just want to add that it's never, ever, I've been doing this for just shy of 17 years. We've never had an issue at the facilities in terms of break-ins or any kind of security issue on site after hours.
Okay. Thank you, Melissa. Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also find this process to be enlightening, that we have such a strong vocal voice of the citizens that need to understand more about this facility and where it's going and why it's going here. I have a son that lives around the corner from this facility, and a brother that works in the building that the facility is in. And I wasn't aware the facility was there until it came before the board last spring. And I learned about the facility and how it runs. And I've been down there to see the facility, and I see the map that is put in front of us as to where the facility should go and why it should go. And I've been to the website of your other facilities in other locations, and I kind of see why we're in this situation where the outskirts of the city seem to make the most sense, where the density is less and access is maybe even improved, since vehicular access is really the source of access for this facility, as I saw and witnessed on several occasions visiting the facility. So I do recognize the whole pedestrian piece, and I would like one more time, Mr. Eliades, if you could just talk to the percentages that we have of people arriving at the site in transportation that's supported by the healthcare process, and then the remainder of that population that probably is outside that support, and how they possibly would be getting to the site.
Well, the problem is that we, in some cases, speak apples and oranges. And I'm not trying to be a wise guy when I say that. The fact of the matter is, sometimes a certain percentage, like the 93 to 97, applies to only one particular issue, and in that case, that means applies to the number of our patients who are eligible for free transportation. Doesn't mean that they're using it, it's only that they're eligible. We know that the great majority of our people travel there by automobile, their own automobile. In some cases, however, there are van trips. And then there are very few, we're not even sure that there are any. We believe there are none. That we believe that no one will be walking to or from the facility. But the whole purpose, in small part, to what we've tried to accomplish now, Mr. McCarthy, is to say, even if the worst-case scenario, that there were somebody who does not have transportation, they'd be eligible, in most cases, in that 93 to 97% to be able to get a ride to the facility at no charge to them. So we would make that connection. The people who come and say, oh gosh, we don't have a way to get there, the first thing Tom does is work on getting them transportation to be there. The other percentage.
Can I just interrupt for a second? So I'm hearing that above 90%, somewhere in the relative range of 93 to 97%, are eligible for Mass Health.
Correct.
Which provides them with free transportation that's reimbursed.
Subsidized transportation.
Subsidized.
Correct.
And that remainder, whether it's 7 or 3% or whatever it is, aren't eligible for that and potentially have transportation of their own. I did witness people actually driving themselves, so I'm assuming that there are people that have cars.
Correct.
That go to the facility.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
And that
And the
requires
owners-
the parking that we're allowing at the facility,
Right.
which isn't available at the current facility other than street parking, which
Nowhere
isn't.
near it. We go from
Very
16 to
good.
64, 4 times the amount.
Okay.
And we've never had a traffic problem down there.
Okay.
Council is also under, I say the numbers get kind of crazy. What the fewer, the difference between the 90, 93, 96%, depending on who the patient is at that time, the other people, they're all, because they're disabled, they're all eligible for subsidy, except for the ones who have, as council just passed to me, too much money. If they have money of their own, then they're expected to be able to get there themselves.
Okay.
Does that help at all?
I think it really helps a lot because we're talking about a population that for the most part is eligible for subsidized, if not free transportation
Correct.
through Mass Health, predominantly. I mean, 93 to 97, you're really talking about the majority of the people
Correct.
using the facility.
Huge number.
I have one additional question for Thomas. I'm going to butcher this, Master Carcerchetti.
Don't even, that wasn't even close. Magarachi.
Sorry. The facility in Fitchburg
Yes,
is located on
Airport Road,
Airport Road
Yes.
in an industrial park,
it is.
and that's outside of the urban district kind of
Very
area.
outside, yes.
Very outside. Seems kind of similar in fit to what we're doing here as far as the location on the outskirts of the walkable distance kind of thing.
It is, absolutely right.
Do you have any kind of information to share as to whether or not there are people that are walking to that facility versus riding, and what kind of information? on
Again,
that?
given the location, people don't walk there. And I think just to be clearer about who's eligible and what that means, because someone's, and it's not free, it's just no cost to the patient. And Mass Health pays a lot of money for they pay more money for transportation than treatment, actually. But the eligibility is there, but if somebody has their own car, the expectation is that they would drive themselves. But if they have no means of getting there, the state does pick up the cost of that transportation to provide there. And the same thing happens in Fitchburg. There's no one that walks to that facility, mainly because of where it is as well.
That's exactly my point.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
So the issue with loitering probably is non-existent at that facility as well?
No.
Because people are basically getting their
They get in,
treatment.
they get their treatment,
and
they
then
leave.
getting into the transportation.
Correct.
Okay.
I could,
All right.
if I could, Wayne Passon, and I've been the medical director at Lowell since 1987.
Name and address.
Oh, yeah, Wayne Passon and Dr. Passon, and I live up in North Andover, 117 Osgood Street. So I've been the medical director. I spoke before, and I'm not going to repeat myself. It's in the affidavit. And just for your edification, for the last 5 years, I have shared some of the responsibility up in the Fitchburg facility, which indeed is very similar to the site that is being proposed here. It's not a downtown site. And when I first went up there, I guess I had some of the same questions. How are people going to get there? And in fact, that particular clinic serves a much bigger geographic distribution, because we have, for instance, a lot of people who come from as far away as Gardner, which is it's the nearest facility. So basically, all of the patients there are coming by private transportation. I've never seen anybody, and there are no sidewalks, by the way, on Route 12 that is right in front of the facility. And basically, people come, they get their own transportation. The process in Massachusetts to get a PT1, which is subsidization, we don't actually promote that. We have that done through the primary care doctor, so we don't have a conflict of interest of us. But people, if they don't have access to transportation and they're on Mass Health, Medicaid, and their various forms, now Commonwealth Health and so forth, they can get that assistance. And that is that they usually come in a van, and it's provided by Belmore, for instance, does it up in Lawrence. And there are a number of different companies, and they are subsidized by the state. But the majority of the people, I mean, even in Lowell, you can just drive by there. I'm down there, twice a week for the last 25 years. And I essentially never see anybody walking around in the front of Wanna Lancet. Everybody comes by private vehicle. Sometimes it's family members who drop them off. It's someone going to work, drops off, and they stay out in front, and the patient gets their dose, and then they leave. By the way, the purpose of methadone, so that people understand, is to treat the opiate withdrawal syndrome, okay? We have lots of names that have been, bandied about in terms of drug addiction, and the old word of junkie, and then we've gone on to opiate dependence and opioid dependence, and now we have something called opiate use disorder, which I think is a more appropriate name. But basically, when we're administering methadone, we are returning someone to normalcy, to stability. What we're actually treating with methadone is the withdrawal syndrome. That is that sickness that comes from people when they become dependent and they become addicted that they can't control. And all I can equate it to in today's world is it's a case of the flu that lasts for 3 or 4 weeks and is insufferable. And most people, for whatever reason, cannot tolerate that. That's why we have something called a medication-assisted program. Even the name methadone program has this connotation and this stigma and this sort of image. But really, it's a medication-assisted program. And there was reference to this, the remarks up in Vermont. My son is a doctor up in Vermont, and we share these stories. We have 800 patients in this clinic now, a couple hundred of them on take-home. So there are 500, 550 are coming every day. I literally think there are thousands of people in this community who have opiate dependence and need help. And we should grow the volume of this program, where I hope not much, because I hope in the long run society gets a handle on this program. But it is a public health crisis. And I not only have a medical, I have a moral responsibility to the people that I've treated for 25 years, the patients that I've treated, because they are indeed dependent on the medication. Because if they don't get the medication that we're dispensing to them, that we're administering to them, they will go into opiate withdrawal. They will become sick. They will become desperate. And at this stage in our civilization, we need more treatment, not less treatment. So you can tell I get a little bit emotional about it after listening to a lot of remarks. But I'm the only one in this building who for the last 25 years had met every single one of the over 30,000 people. I've never been challenged, and I've never been threatened. So when people talk about safety, and I'm there twice a week since 1987, I say, I'm not sure that they're really based on reality.
Thank you. And I just want to finish with the group that did the traffic study. I work with on a project basis as an architect in the commercial industry, and I find them to be top-notch. And so I really think that we did well to get them to do the traffic study. I'm glad that you chose them. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dennis. Gary.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. I want to take a few minutes to just outline the length of time that this board has spent on this particular petition over the last 6 months. The amount of paperwork, the amount of documentation, the amount of testimony that we have received has not been taken lightly. This board in my opinion, is professional, they're ethical, they provide a service to the city, to which I don't think people really understand some of the detailed backdrop of research and understanding that we have to go through. And during this time, the city solicitor's offices held executive session on several occasions, and we have been given information in those executive sessions for agreement, for conditions to move forward. As it relates to where we stand today, we're in a public hearing. Our second public hearing, hearing new testimony today. And keeping that public hearing in the confines of professional ethics is something I value. My only disconcern with this process, as it relates to me as a board member, as an ethical member of this great city to which I was appointed by the city manager, is the articles in the newspaper and then some of the comments being made about our previous decision I felt were inappropriate. I do take offense to those. However, I was given piles of information to go through. I'm given maps of where this clinic should be relocated. I have gone to the site and witnessed beginning, middle, end of the distribution and clients coming and going in good weather, in bad weather, and indifferent weather, and the like. I think it's a difficult process to control in some uncontrollable conditions. And I think pedestrian safety is an important value. I think that, I may have said it on occasion before, I think to compare this site to the old site as it relates to some of those, I don't feel that that value is equal. I think that we're trying to look at this from 1,000 feet. We should be looking at it from 5,000 feet. I know both parties have put a lot into this. There's a lot of concern. I hear the same comments throughout. Everyone has concerns for the clients. Everyone has empathy for the clients. However, unless you've gone through this, unless you have known someone, and unfortunately this is quite large, I think the service and the location should be 100%. I think it should be formidable for both the client. I think it should be for the citizens as well. And I'm not quite convinced that this has held that level. I want to thank my colleagues for the amount of time they've put into this. And I want to thank the people that have come out tonight and in previous meetings to speak their opinion and speak it in somewhat of a professional manner. This is a public hearing. We are a civic community. We held ourselves to a decent standard tonight, and I appreciate that, to that point. Attorneys on all sides have been in this profession for a long time, and I appreciate the candor in which we handled this matter tonight. I know moving forward that this board and this city is going to be tasked with many types of decisions. This originated through the city council, through the city manager's office, and then it's held to us for a decision, and I take that very seriously. In that process and that procedural manner in which it came here may be agreeable to some, maybe not agreeable to some. However, it is here. And I do feel at this point that the amount of information that we have gone through, listened to the input from both parties and from public concerns, I think from a board member standpoint, I think we have done our due diligence. And I want to make it clear to all here and all at home that this board has done their due diligence. And any disparaging remarks made on either side of the aisle and towards this board, play negative light in all of what we do. And reasoning should be the cooler head. I thank you for your time. I thank the law department. I thank my colleagues.
Thank you, Gary. So, Mr. Leides and Mr. Majerani, you might want to come to the podium because, believe it or not, I still have questions. So, can I get the total number of patients currently at your facility? Because I have 3 different numbers from 3 different sources. What's the total number of patients?
So the total overall number of patients is 800. The total per day is 500.
Okay, so the delta of the 300 is what?
When people are in treatment and doing very well, they are eligible for take-home medication, so they take their medication at home. So
Okay.
some patients come once every 2 weeks. Some patients come once a week.
Okay, so there's 300 patients that either
are
will not be
eligible-
at the facility or will be
They don't have
there
to come 7 days a week. That's right.
occasionally.
That's right.
So 500 is the maximum day-to-day patients. Is that fair enough?
Yeah.
Okay. Is the 500 going to, how do you monitor how many patients you're going to have? Is it based on the square footage of the facility, or is it based on need? How do you determine the number?
I think it's based on need, but again, as I said earlier, I want to be clear that in the past 5 years, the number has been flat. It might be up 20 one week and down 25 the next week, but it's been flat for years. So the thought that the need is there, the need is certainly there, but people have to want to be there. So it's not that, that this is going to go from this number and triple in a few months. It's not going to happen.
It's almost self-protecting, because if you understand, as I said, that there's a schedule, and they come in, and there's only a certain number of people that they can serve as they come in, and if it gets over 500, 125 every hour, if it gets over that number, they can't serve them. So it's self-regulating, so to speak.
Right, which we've already gone through, 4 hours of dispensing.
Right, exactly.
Approximately 125 per hour if you want to
Correct.
set it up by the numbers, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
That's exactly right.
So, and in that light, 10 a.m. is when the dispensing ceases, is that correct?
For the most part, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I guess it is possible somebody could come in after 10 o'clock.
Well, say somebody's in counseling, for example, and they come out at 10:15, they're going to get their medicine before they leave.
Yep.
But the dispensing time?
Yeah.
Yes.
So the bulk of the volume of people is between 6 and 10, currently, the way it's set.
Absolutely correct.
For 500 people. Okay, and of the 800 people, what percentage are on Mass Health of the 800?
Like 93.
93, and is it the same percentage for the 500, roughly?
I mean,
Okay.
yes, I make that assumption.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know of those 500 to 800 that are eligible for transportation, take the transportation?
Through Mass Health?
Yes.
I don't know the exact number.
So how do we get that number? How do we?
Do you have any sense of that, Jerry? How many are on PT1? Yeah, I don't think we know the answer to that directly.
Okay, so, Mr. Daly brought up the point that I guess made a comment about people being run over and killed in the street. I kind of don't remember the exact numbers or what I said. But one of my gravest concerns was the number of people walking to the facility.
Right.
I know your organization has basically stressed there's little to none that'll be walking. What I'm just trying to get my arms around is, how do we prove, and this burden is on your organization, if you have numbers regarding how many people are on Mass Health, they also have the ability to get free transportation. I would think we would have a number that tells us how many are eligible and are taking advantage of it.
Well, I can tell you how many are eligible. I can't tell you how many are taking advantage of it right now. But I can tell you...
How many? 93% are eligible.
Correct.
Okay.
93%, and the other 7% pay for their own treatment, so they're not eligible. So they pay out of their own pocket.
Okay, so, no, just give me a minute here, Mr. Ladies. I'm just trying to get,
I'm trying to answer your question as well,
well,
because
Mr. Marjorani is answering it
ahead.
the best of his knowledge right
Yeah.
now. So we have a 7% delta. I mean, I'm not going
So,
to
but
get
that-
all
but-
hung up on the
But
numbers.
understand that delta are people who are paying for the treatment out of their pocket. They're not people that are that
Okay.
don't have the means
So the
to,
expectation is the people paying out of their own pocket probably have their own car.
yeah,
That's the expectation.
that's probably
Okay.
the fact, yes.
Okay. So we should not see a huge increase of pedestrian traffic on that street when your facility opens, correct?
Correct. That is
And I'm up
absolutely
and
correct.
down that street enough. Mr. Daly, who owns a business.
He's right there.
Obviously,
That's right.
he would see it day in and
That's
day
right.
out.
That's right.
I would see it every day on your peak hours, I can tell you that.
Yeah.
And I can tell you there's stragglers that use that street. And I can also support what Mr. Daly talked about the last storm. Again, going up and down that street. We went through this all before. Even the lighting is poor down there, so.
Right. So
I want to make a point, give me a minute. I want to make a point to the public that the intention here is to get people off the street,
Correct.
correct?
Correct.
So what I'm looking for is there an affidavit you're going to supply of the people on Mass Health?
And we did.
You did?
It was asked for the percentages, and
Okay.
the affidavit was 93%.
Did we receive that, Madam Solicitor?
Yes, is the answer.
Okay.
But let me reiterate,
Sure.
when people are talking about the LRTA putting a bus stop potentially there, that was really in response to your concerns, that you raised the issue of pedestrian
I'm
safety.
not even at the LRTA yet.
But what I'm saying is that we said all along that people are not going to walk there. It was to address the concerns of the members of this board.
I understand.
That we said, well, let's see if we can get the bus stop there to allay those concerns. You know, somebody said earlier, if you're getting a bus stop for 7 to 15 people, frankly, we feel the same way, but we wanted to address the concerns that if people were walking, there's another alternative for them, and that would be the bus. But we don't even think that's going to be the issue. But we wanted to address your concerns, and that was why we approached the LRTA to do that.
I don't disagree, but I'm going to hit on the LRTA at another point.
Okay.
Again, I'm just stressing, again, for the public here, that we want people off the street.
Understood.
We should not see a sizable increase in pedestrian traffic.
Agreed.
And if there is a sizable increase, we'll talk about triggers, Mr. Daly, but not for people being hit. But you're going to get calls. So, Madam Solicitor, if there's a tremendous amount of calls goes into city councilors that they're seeing all this people walking around, how do we approach this business to address that?
I think the safest way to do it would be essentially through the means of of an additional condition placed on the petitioner regarding limiting or eliminating any substantive, any real pedestrian traffic.
Okay, so as far as the category, would that fall under, can we put that under the transportation piece? Or,
Sure.
Okay. So did you hear the solicitors?
Go ahead, sorry.
I pulled them away.
Yeah, sorry.
Go ahead.
What I was saying is that the best way of addressing that would really be through the imposition of a condition. And the condition would stipulate that the petitioner is, as a result of this facility, is not going to be creating additional pedestrian foot traffic. Obviously, if they have a client that insists on walking, and it's one, I mean, that's not some sizable increase. It would be no different from somebody deciding to walk up to the sub shop or pizza shop up there. But the facility would not be able to increase pedestrian foot traffic in any real way, any real substantive way.
And I don't foresee this as an issue based on your comments on your operation.
Neither do we.
Okay. All right. So we have the affidavit for the number of people on there. You addressed the eligibility. And And so the hours of operation, just so we get this straightened out, it's 6 to, is it 2 o'clock? Is
Yes,
that-
it is.
Okay. And 6 to 10 would be the peak dispensing hours,
Correct.
correct? Holidays. Now, I took a ride down to your facility on New Year's Day,
Yeah,
and arrived there maybe around 1 o'clock.
yeah.
Saw the note on the door that talked about actually Christmas and New Year's. I believe you closed at 11 a.m.,
Correct.
if I have the times right.
That's right.
Does that happen on every major holiday?
Yes.
Okay, so how do we, so if somebody isn't there by 11, they don't receive treatment, is that fair
Right.
enough to say?
You mean if they somehow missed the time and we're closed? Correct. I mean, yes, that's exactly
So
what
what
would happen.
happens,
That doesn't
with a-
happen normally because
No, that's
people
right.
make sure they get there.
Because I think there was something else about holidays. So every major holiday is at 11 a.m. Are there any other, what other days are closed at 11 a.m.?
Weekends and holidays.
Okay,
So we're open 365 a year.
okay.
So in the last storm, we were closed. If you get something that critical, the state will allow you, yet the state has to make the decision to close. And it happened, that was the 4th time in 17 years.
Okay. And the issue around potentially changing the 6 to 10 hours, what would trigger that?
One of the things we had talked about, because there was concern about the volume in that, which is that we would go earlier. Instead of opening at 6, we would open at 5:30. We wouldn't extend the other way.
Okay, so your employees would show up at 5 o'clock for you to start at 5:30, is that?
5:15, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But the petition, as it stated, your operational start would be 6 to 10?
That's right.
Correct?
That's right.
Okay. And your employees are obviously there before 6 o'clock? They must be there at
Correct.
5:30 or so?
5:45.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. Joe, I know you've been left off the hook tonight. Is it 67 or 61 parking spaces based on the plan that was submitted?
The number discussed during the last time this was in front of a public hearing was 61 spaces.
Okay. So 61 is the total, and I believe 14 was employee parking only? Does that sound right?
That sounds correct, yes.
So those were those are the same plan. So we're going to accept the same plan that was submitted with the angled parking and the curb cut and all that other stuff, correct? Security, I know this gentleman is head of security, is that correct?
No, he's a program director.
He's what?
He's the program director. He's the director of the
Was the
the
security,
Lowell.
does the security guy
Whole
come in?
facility.
Oh, okay, so he came up and addressed security, correct?
Sure.
No, that's okay, he doesn't have to come up now.
Oh.
Do you have a private security firm
We
there
do.
now?
We do.
Okay, and how many individuals do you have?
So 3.
Okay, total of 3.
Yeah.
And are all 3 on-site from 5:30 to 2?
Yes.
Okay. And the private company that you've hired, I believe one of the things we discussed about keeping that in place for at
Correct.
least 1 year?
Yes.
And that's acceptable
Yes.
to you? Okay.
Yes.
And the security will both be inside and outside the grounds?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay.
What?
So the
He means
question,
inside the building and outside the parking lot. That's what he means. Yeah. No. You mean the parking lot and outside the building. You said grounds. You just mean the building,
yeah,
right?
on the, well,
Yeah.
on the site that you're moving
Right.
into, there's.
That's what I thought you meant.
I mean, that's the
Yeah.
parking lot, that's
Yes.
the grounds.
Correct.
That's people not smoking out in the facility there. So there's no smoking, correct?
Yeah, that's a
on that
DPH
site?
regulation, by the way.
Correct. Yeah, I would think that would.
Yeah. Same as hospitals. Technically, you're not allowed to smoke outside a hospital either.
So we talked about the bus going up there, and we talked about people, because of bus schedules,
Yeah.
obviously they're not there at your beck and call. What's the plan to corral those people and keep them on site if they're taking the bus?
So what we've done in the Boston program, as an example, when we built it out, and that since we would be building out this facility if we get approval to do so, we have built a separate waiting area inside, so that, and with a window, so people know when the transportation is arriving. So it's right there, so people go out at the Boston program to meet their transportation. We envision doing the same thing here.
So I believe another thing we talked about was after the operation is up and running, you were going to, I think we did talk about it tonight, but I just want to be clear about this. You're going to take like a survey of how people are getting to the facility.
Right.
Now, was that in 3 months, 2 months, 1 month? What was the?
I don't remember the timeframe, do you? I don't remember exact timeframe, but yes, that was it. We'd be much clearer then to poll everybody and say, well, how are you arriving, how are you getting here?
If the volume of people has been flat to your
Yes.
statement, then I would like to see a statement within 30 days.
Okay.
Because it doesn't sound like you have a massive change in
No, that's reasonable.
number of people, so
Sure.
we'll condition that.
Yep. And what was the time? Attorney Klebanow was raising an issue that if the bus stop is not in place by then, that it's going
Well, I
to
don't-
skew that number
well-
in 30 days, so.
Probably get there.
So, but we can poll it then currently and see what it looks like?
Yeah, go ahead.
Maybe the condition will be 30 days and yet and then another time period in light of the bus.
Yeah.
Now, I know there was some comments from some of the people that came tonight about, again, people loitering, hanging around. Again, this board has not been presented any documentation that shows at your current site that this was an issue, so because we have nothing in writing or documentation that shows there's a problem at your current site or has been, there's nothing that I can address there. Hopefully, again, this goes back to the operation of the site. I guess even your security people might be able to monitor this if they're outside. Plus, you have cameras outside.
Correct.
Is that correct?
That's right.
So to the public, there should be, you're controlling your operation. You should know, it's not just dispensing, it's controlling the population. Yes, sir.
How
Yep.
about the police? We can maybe every 6 months ask them to do a report for this same area.
Sure, we can add that in there. I'm sure they'd just love to file a report.
Right.
6 months. Well, the chief was in earlier tonight, so I'm sure he'd be happy to see that. LRTA, I guess I was a little bit troubled when I heard this evening, and this came from you, Attorney Leites, that the city was going to have to ask for this, not coming from you. I thought the whole intention here was...
Can I speak to that issue?
Is that your client...
Just so happens, Mr. Chairman, that I was the chairman of the LRTA in the Brian Martin administration, sat in that board for 4 or 5 years.
Yep.
Nothing can get done unless one of the municipalities asks for a survey of an area, of a particular service route or anything like that. You or I or nobody else can make any mandatory request. We have made, I started right off the bat. I've already spoken to Mr. Scanlon a number of times. He's been nice enough to at least have some preliminary examinations done, but he's made it clear to me, Mr. Chairman, that without a request from the city, he can't go any further and expend more funds for the LRTA, et cetera. The solicitor has assured me tonight that that's been done. Am I wrong, Christina?
So can I get
I'm sorry.
some input, please?
Sure, I spoke to Mr. Scanlon before the holidays, and he did make a request that a formal written request come from the manager's office requesting that the LRTA study the new bus stop, which they had already done at the applicant's request, but as Mr. Leides is saying, they needed something from a municipality. My understanding is that letter went out sometime in the last week of December, so that request has been made.
But we still don't, I know this is kind of an open question, we still don't have the commitment from LRTA that they're gonna run a service up to Old
Not that I
Canal,
know of. Like I
correct?
said, obviously, the holidays kind of, it's a little tough for people to get stuff moving, but the letter was sent to them. They represented to me that they would move forward on further study once they had the letter, so I presume that's being done.
So there's no condition on the petition for this LRTA?
Certainly, it can be a condition that, LRTA confirms within 60 days or what have you of the issuance of the special permit that the bus stop will be added.
Administrative review. This is something I put in here. I don't believe it's in anything we discussed today, but again, because of the discussion and the location and the uniqueness of this site, I thought maybe an administrative review. This is unusual for this board to ask for that. We've done that in the past. I know there's some other things that we're doing here that maybe would tie into administrative review, but this might help us and also the members of Seventh Street that are here that, not that this is a witch hunt, but, I'd like to have some type of administrative review, 6 months, kind of, state of condition of how the operations are moving along.
I don't have a problem with that. I will remind the chairman, I think you were on the board for the splash media signage on the highway, and whether or not it would become an LED board. And we put that condition on there, and here's the irony. It was conditioned upon waiting for the state to approve those types of signs. And they only just did that last May. We got the permit. In fact, I will be back here in 2 weeks on that very subject matter, Mr. Chairman. So I don't mind. I think it's reasonable and fair under the circumstances. I would say 6 months from now is fine. My only proviso would be that we have to take into consideration when and if we get the bus service as to how that fits into there.
I understand that.
Yeah. Other than that, that's fine.
And it'll be 6 months after you finally move in.
Right. Correct. Correct.
I think I addressed this the last time. Let's hope the site doesn't have a disaster. I believe I brought this up before, what the mitigation plan was, and I think, I think you talked about a mobile.
Tom,
Yeah, I know.
you want to talk to the emergency?
I'm sorry, my mic wasn't on, so they got nervous. If you could just address the board, in the event that the operation cannot exist, I think you described about a mobile setup. My question specifically is, would you anticipate the mobile setup to be in that same location or operationally, if it's, I think you said this has happened before with maybe another site, how that would be handled?
Yes, that our disaster plan calls for, if it's in a location, say like here, for example, in Lowell, that if something happened, the facility was not habitable, so fire, God forbid, or
Whatever
something
happens,
else, that yes, that the disaster plan that's been approved by the state is that we use one of our mobile programs. We have 3, and one of them's spare. So we use 2 of them regularly, and the third is for a disaster, actually.
But would the mobile unit be at
Yes.
the same site?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, my question was more around, would it still be there, or would you end up
Well,
going to another location?
assuming there's a parking lot there and that there's room there, if the building itself, something happened, yes, it would be right in the parking area.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Madam Solicitor?
In light of that, another condition for the board's consideration would be then to, where practicable, to have the conditions apply to a mobile site as well. It might not obviously meet the same size as the current facility, but certainly all the conditions that the board is setting forth, if they could be met by the mobile facility, they should be, that might be helpful to have spelled out in the conditions as well.
So, with the same conditions and operations, I guess is pretty much what you're saying. I don't know how you handle the counseling and all the other stuff, but, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, is your representative talking again, is he okay with that?
I'm sorry.
Okay. I'm going to take that as a yes, he's okay with that?
Yes.
Okay. So 31,000 square feet was the total? Okay, the whole building, and you're occupying?
12,000.
12,000. Okay. And what do you currently have in Hall Street? 12? Oh, so same footprint, basically, okay. So with the same footprint, you should be able to, again, goes back to your total volume of what you're handling, you know what you can handle and what you couldn't. Okay, so. Okay. All right, well, you have anything else you want to add before?
Now, just to apologize for disappearing on you a couple of times.
I'm used to that, Mr. Lighties. Well, I think Gary said everything I wanted to say before about what this board's gone through with this petition, so I'm not going to elaborate on that. I guess now I'll have to kind of run through the conditions here because obviously I need an assistant.
Yeah, I can say, if I get 30 seconds or a minute, I can say that, I think I alluded to it before, that I've been practicing before the Zoning Board of Appeals for more than 40 years, and this is the most complete and most, first of all, the most complete submission and series of questions and hearings I've ever experienced, and I've never seen a board work as hard as something as this board has done, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, I appreciate the comment, thank you. So why don't you just give me a couple of minutes, I want to just take a look at these conditions. Mr. Lighties, yep. You had delivered to the board, I'll say a list of your conditions that you had recorded. This was presented to us tonight? Okay. Now, there were some conditions on your sheet that you didn't even address, like landscape plan and that stuff, signage, and do you want to include that? or not included?
Yes, I think they should be.
You didn't review it, I just want to,
Well, the only thing is, could I take a quick?
yep, yep.
I put in like
Okay, get back in order here. So I'd like to have a motion, please.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, the matter before us is ZB 2013-12 for a special permit at 22 Old Canal Drive. I make a motion to approve with the following condition. The applicant shall comply with the parking spaces at the facility deemed in the report. The applicant shall work with the city DPD to develop a landscape plan. No signage identifying the portion of the facility used by Habitat shall be placed on site. The dumpster on site shall comply with the city's dumpsters regulations. Crosswalks, lane markings, and stop signs, as identified, will be submitted through traffic study at the intersection of Old Canal Drive and Stedman Street. Patients shall not be allowed to wait in line and/or outside the facility. The applicant shall submit an affidavit indicating through Mass Health within 30 to 60 days transportation described by the board. The applicant will not change the level of its security staff, at present 3, at the location for 1 year, and maintain the outside firm. In the event there is a chronic interference with traffic on Stedman Street that is causing any steps, including but not limited to patient schedules, expansions or improvement to the parking lot, rearrangement of internal site, or a traffic detail to remedy the problem, a monetary value of $20,000 will be submitted by the petitioner. Lowell Police Department to submit a report upon 60-day review of any incidents on site. The board shall receive an administrative review within 6 months of permit issuance to include total number of patients using the facility, accounting of how transportation access is being used, an updated status on the need and/or implementation of a bus stop, and in the event a mobile site is required, all conditions within the special permit approval must be enforced.
Do I have a second?
Second motion.
I have a roll call.
Mr. Bailey?
Approved with conditions.
Ms. Carino?
Approve of conditions.
Mr. McCarthy?
Approve with conditions.
Mr. Peck?
Approve with conditions.
Mr. Perrin?
Denied.
Okay, Mr. Leides, you've been approved with conditions. And, yeah,
I'll sign for Christine, whatever she
okay.
is.
All right.
Usually we sign
So-
a plan, I don't know that.
Do you have anything you want George to sign? Yeah. Thank you. Have a good night.
Good morning.
Sure. Yeah, Gary was nice enough to write some of them. We still got to close out here, so thank you. Excuse me, we still got to conclude the meeting. If I could ask everybody to step outside, please. Thank you. No, nope, thank you. Okay, our next order of business is under other business, which we don't have any, but I'll take a point of personal privilege. Mr. Clausen, I understand, is leaving us.
Yes, he is.
What's the date of his departure?
The 24th.
24th. The
Yeah,
next
so
meeting's the 27th?
27th, so he'll be
Okay.
gone before then.
So we won't see him.
Yeah.
So I just want to express from the board, I thank you to Aaron for his support over the many years. And with that, any other matters, anybody? So next meeting, January 27th?
January 27th. I just wanted to gauge the board really quickly, if you wanted to have annual elections at the next meeting, or if you would like to wait to have a full contingent of a board.
All right. Melissa,
great
you at the
overview.
next meeting, the 27th?
I'm away for the next two meetings. I return on the second meeting in February.
All right, so
So that'll be the February 24th.
I move we wait till we have all
February 24th.
members present before we do that.
Okay.
Any objection from the,
No, but through you, Mr. Chairman, are there any new appointments in sight being looked at through the city manager's office at this point?
Aside from Ms. Carino being appointed as a full member as opposed to just an alternate member, there hasn't been anything on the council agenda. Something would come up on the council agenda if a new appointment was to come on.
yep.
Okay.
Nobody to my knowledge. Okay, so with that said, make a motion to adjourn.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to adjourn.
Second?
Second.
So moved. Thank you.